first pitch between the Red Sox and the Braves is coming up next. And for goodness sakes, let's score first. Atlanta 18-3 when scoring first. Chip, Joe, and Smoltzy with the call coming up next.
Of Fox Sports.
We are Blackboard. We are Sports Zone.
We welcome you to Atlanta, Georgia for Memorial Day 2014, the unofficial start of summer. And while baseball and barbecues are on the minds of fans everywhere, today means so much more as we honor and remember the best and the brightest who serve our country in the military. And we also remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. We welcome you to Atlanta, where Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. A wonderful pregame ceremony honoring the men and women of our military as the Boston Red Sox come to town for the first of two here at Turner Field in Atlanta. Happy Memorial Day, everybody, with Joe Simpson and John Smoltz. Welcome to Braves Baseball. I'm Chip Carey. Atlanta continues what has been a very successful homestand so far, fellas, and faces a Boston team that's hit the lowest of lows. John, they've dropped 10 consecutive ball games.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The defending champs thought that they could miss their center fielder, their shortstop, and their catcher. Well, not so fast. Offensively, they're nowhere close where they were. You see the statistics, 240 average. Last year, around 277. So for the Red Sox, they're finding every way to lose, which is not indicative of a team that won the World Championship. So pretty good timing for the Braves, who are playing pretty well against a team who's not.
And for the Atlanta Braves, they're coming off a real good game yesterday as they launched 4 home runs, all providing the Braves a little comfort. Julio Teheran pitched a good ball game, combined with a couple of guys out of the bullpen to fire some blanks at the hot-hitting Colorado Rockies. So the Braves are riding a high coming into this game against the Red Sox. And I got to tell you guys, after that powerful pregame ceremony on the field, I think it's a great day for baseball.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's the Braves, it's the Boston Red Sox. 2 in Atlanta, 2 coming up at Fenway Park later on in the week. And when we come back, Jen Hildreth will join us and talk about a resurgent B.J. Upton hitting second in the Braves lineup. That and more as we continue on Memorial Day here in Atlanta.
As the defending World Series champion Boston Red Sox come to Turner Field. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Atlanta. I'm Jen Hildreth. Happy Memorial Day. It was a beautiful ceremony here at Turner Field a few moments ago, and the Braves have really been playing well on this homestand. They're 5-2. As a team, all of the Braves have stepped up offensively, but one guy in particular has really been playing well this homestand, and that's B.J. Upton. Knocked out a home run on Thursday, and just really swinging the bat well. Went hitless last night, but had 5 hits in the 3 games before that, so he's kind of gotten it going, and that makes B.J. our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot. You look at his numbers on this homestand. He's hitting .261. He's got a .393 on-base percentage with 6 runs, 5 walks, and just 2 strikeouts. That was obviously a big area of concern for B.J. And, you know, you probably read or heard lots of things about how B.J. worked with Chipper Jones a little bit. He probably worked with hitting coach Greg Walker. He worked with his dad in the offseason. I talked to B.J. this morning, and he said he just kind of feels like finally some of those things he was working on mechanically in the offseason, he's feeling a little bit more comfortable with when he steps into the box. So see if he can snap out of that hitless game he had yesterday and get it going again as we send it back up to the guys in the booth. Chip, Joe, and John.
Hey, Jen, thank you very much. Great job. Glad you're here on Memorial Day in Atlanta. Big crowd as is usually the case when the Red Sox come to town. An odd 2 games at home, 2 games on the road, 4-game series with the defending world champions, who, as we said a moment ago, are struggling in every facet of the game. They are 0-10 in their last 10 ball games and just made their way from Tampa Bay, where, oh, by the way, they had a benches clearing incident against the Rays yesterday. Here is their batting order presented by Toyota and their skipper John Farrell. With the National League ballpark in play, the pitchers get to hit, saying that out of courtesy for John, and that means the Red Sox won't have their DH available, but David Ortiz will hit cleanup and will be the Boston first baseman against Urban Santana.
Well, you see the numbers. He gets tougher as the situation is needed. Runners on, a little bit better than bases empty. Of course, runners in scoring position always want to have a low batting average, and the 2-out runners in scoring position, a measly 0.53.
His 4 keys to pitching success today for Urban Santana. Remember the sitcom Malcolm in the Middle? Well, Malcolm was always getting the tar beat out of him by brothers on both sides. Urban's been in the middle of the plate, and as a result, his last 2 starts, he's given up 19 hits over 12 innings and 11 runs. He needs to stay out of the middle today and work the sides. He also is very familiar with this foe. 13 career starts against the Red Sox. He's 4-3 lifetime against them.
And here's the Atlanta defense. A couple of notable changes. You mentioned the experience that Santana has in facing an American League club. The same is true for Gerald Laird, who's faced Boston several times behind the plate. And Ramiro Pena gets the start today for the Braves out at second base. All the other Braves regulars are in the lineup today. And now, before we get things started, we've got an issue with Freddie Freeman over at first base. Wonder if Freeman tweaked something before the game.
Looks like almost
his foot. Oh, he got hit with a throw from Andrelton. Good catch by the camera crew.
Well, see if Brock Holt wants to play torture and try to bunt on the first play. You don't see that too often in pregame.
That's the bad thing about having a shortstop with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, huh?
Well, I can tell you again from experience that on infield, if somebody throws one in the dirt, you kind of do the Olay over there. That you just try to, if it's a one hopper, okay, I'll make a swipe at it. But I'm not getting hit with it, not in infield practice.
So let's see what Brock Holt has in mind. As John mentioned, he's the leadoff man for the Red Sox, hitting .315, no homers, 6 RBIs. And he's in there in place of Will Middlebrooks, who's on the disabled list for Boston.
These are 2 teams, really, when you think about how they got here. An interesting day, and I mean day, because they have the 2 worst batting average, 2 of the worst in day games.
Out to second. Pena to his right, and Brock Holt is retired to start the ball game. Partly cloudy skies in Atlanta, no breeze to speak of. It's 84 degrees officially at the ballpark. 1 down.
His batting average is coming in against for Atlanta at 197. They're last.
Hi, Brock.
And Boston's not too far behind at 215. So 2 pitchers that are struggling on a day where 2 offenses typically struggle. See who wins out.
Yeah, and the Red Sox just 5-12 in day games.
This is Xander Bogaerts. He's the Red Sox shortstop. And a big swing and a miss.
I always found in baseball, those are the most intriguing splits, days and nights, because there's not as many day games. You're traditionally playing a lot of night games. Certain hitters see the ball differently. I personally love the day games. There's less to wait to pitch. Get up and get right after it.
I like playing day games too. Felt like I actually saw the ball better.
Bogaerts is not from Curacao. He's from Aruba. He was signed as an international free agent by the Red Sox in August of 2009. pop fly foul out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He went up there and swung at the first pitch. That's not something you'll see too often from the Red Sox. They typically really work the count, take a lot of pitches. About the only guy really normally in their lineup that will swing early in the count is A.J. Brzezinski.
And he's down on strikes. Santana 2 up, 2 down in the first.
Bogaerts had such an incredible ending to a season last year. You see him swinging at the slider, swooping away, but it's led to him possibly thinking that he could play shortstop. They've had problems at third. Now they've re-signed Stephen Drew, and looks like Bogaerts will move to third base, what some people think is a better position for him right now.
Well, they're only a few games away from getting Stephen Drew after they signed him late, bringing him back. Another 10 games or so, he should be in the lineup for him.
This is Dustin Pedroia, the perennial all-star for the Red Sox. And Joe, you're right about Drew. He's going to play at Single A Greenville tonight, or for Single A Greenville. They're at Charleston, and he'll go 7 innings as the DH. And that's outside to Pedroia. 3 balls, no strikes.
During this 2-start stretch for Santana, 12 innings. I mentioned the 19 hits. He's also walked 5 guys. That's a lot for him. Those are the ugly curvy numbers for him the last 2.
But he's battled back for a full count for Dustin Pedroia. Hard to believe he'll be 31 this August.
Stay away from throwing high fastballs to this guy. Don't let his size fool you. He will crush a high fastball, especially up and in.
He got him. Pedroia tipped it into Laird's glove, and Santana an impressive 1-2-3 top of the first inning. Here come the Braves against Clay Buchholz. No score in Atlanta. Sox in order, and here his offensive support mates, presented by Freddie Gonzalez and our friends at Toyota. Justin Upton, last 8 games, 4 homers, 11 RBIs, one of the best hitters in our league in his home ballpark. Good work by B.J. Upton, as Jen told you in Braves Live, out of the number 2 spot. And John, we're seeing a guy, Clay Buchholz, who's really having a rough time of things in rotation for Boston right now.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable turnaround. Last year he had single-handedly one of the greatest years going pitchers could have, and then he got hurt. Pitched on guts at the end of the season. You look at his numbers against interleague play, pretty good at 4-0. Gets a lot of run support, but one thing he hasn't been able to do is pitch to location, and I'm not so sure he's completely healthy or trusts that he's completely healthy.
His 4 keys to pitching success: snail-like. This guy he'll put you to sleep. He works so slow. Maybe if he picked up his pace, it would help him. And call the cops. I mean it. A .341 batting average against him. It's like assault and battery what opponents are doing to him.
And it's happening, Joe, early in the ball game too. I mean, he's not able to get out of the blocks very well at all, is he?
No, he's given up some first inning runs that put him behind the 8 ball, makes him pitch carefully. And like John said, last year after 16 starts he was 12-1 and had a 1.74 ERA. So things have really reversed on him this year.
How about that? 1-2-3 first inning in his starts so far this year. 1 ball, 1 strike for Jason Hayward. And that's taken high, ball 2.
Well, to give you a perspective, last year he gave up 71 hits in 108 innings. Due to injury, did not pitch more than that. This year, he's given up already, I'm sorry, 75 hits last year. This year he's given up 71 hits in 47 innings. That's hard to believe that this guy could do that in 1 short year turnaround.
Call the cops. Yesterday we were bragging on Julio Teheran. 70 innings, 49 hits. This guy's 47 innings, 70 hits. A almost exact reversal.
Well, they've been working on his mechanics. They think they've discovered a couple things that will help him get through the funk that he's been in, but it always takes time when you make changes.
3 balls, 2 strikes. A neck strain is what cost Buchholz the rest of the 2013 season. He made 16 starts. And now the payoff for Jason is low. Leadoff man on with base on balls. Good start for Hayward and the Atlanta offense. That'll bring up B.J. Upton.
Well, this is where it slows down, as you were talking about. When he gets runners on, he becomes that snail-like. It's almost like he has the thing with runners on. Has a hard time actually in his timing, not only going to first but also going to home.
I'm told he'll even throw to first sometimes with a guy standing on the bag.
Yeah, it really, you know, you hear some players have what's described as the thing, the throwing thing, or the monkey, or whatever terminology you want to use.
And he's been up with everything. And that'll draw a visit from A.J. Pierzynski, the Boston catcher.
Well, he's closed in everything he does. So out of the windup, he's closed. And what I mean by that, closed, he has to cross his body to get the ball to one part of the plate. And he struggled with the location. He had one of the greatest 2-seam fastballs, Maddox-like, with velocity. And you see the numbers there off the chart. He's obviously dealing with not only confidence issue, but mechanics. Because if you can't throw and repeat your pitches, it's going to show up in one way, and it's showing up in these statistics.
6'3", 180 pounds. Very slender, as you see.
1 ball, no strikes for B.J. Upton. And he was fooled on that pitch. It's an even count. Upton was 0 for 4 yesterday, but that does not at all tell the story. He absolutely crushed the ball 3 times. And in his last at bat, Upton struck out for the first time in 6 games. So he's really settled in nicely in the 2 spot behind Hayward and in front of Freddie Freeman. And from his days with Tampa Bay, he has seen Buchholz plenty. He's 7 for 26 against him in his career.
Buchholz has an array of pitches. Fastball, he'll go 4-seam and 2-seam. Changeup, cutter, curveball, and a split finger. So he's got all the weapons. He just hasn't been able to locate. It's really been a struggle for him to get the ball on both sides of the plate consistently.
Fly ball hammered center. Bradley back on the track. He catches that one and slams into the fence. He is hitting the ball, folks, right on the nose. Hopefully the worm will turn later today.
Yeah, he hit one to center field deep yesterday, and the wind really held it up. But I thought this one would go because there's not much breeze, and what there is kind of blowing a little bit out towards center field. But he hit that right on the screws, and that's 4 of the last 5 at bats for him, and nothing to show for it. Good play by Bradley.
So Hayward back to first for Freddie Freeman. He's hit safely in 3 straight.
See if that foot affects him at the plate.
Braves haven't had a ton of success against right-handers, but Freddie certainly doesn't matter right or left. He's going to have success. Hit 310 off right-handers.
One ball, one strike.
Jackie Bradley ran that ball down. There's no questioning his defense. Offensively, he has not been able to be the type of player they were hoping he would be. I thought coming into this year they would not be able to replace Jacoby Ellsbury with 2, 3, or 4 people, and it's shown up already in the absence of him going to the Yankees.
Now the 1-1 pitch. Instead to first.
And not just that, but Shane Victorino has had an injury-plagued year already and just went back on the disabled list. So it's not like they've been able to use Shane in center field if they wanted to.
Boston's also without Mike Napoli, who was disabled while they were down in Tampa. So the Red Sox are shorthanded. Hopefully the Braves can take advantage these next 4 days. 1-1 pitch.
Buck Holtz is from Lumberton, Texas. He was a supplemental pick in 05 out of Angelina Junior College in Texas.
Brzezinski will ask for an appeal. It will be denied, and Freeman now ahead, 3 balls and a strike.
Well, the injury to Buck Holtz was one that every new father can understand, may not appreciate, but his newborn had fallen asleep on him while he was sitting in a chair, and so that position of the baby on his kind of, when you got your head cocked one way, it developed a neck problem, and then that neck problem translated into a DL.
Freeman walks. 2 passes from Buck Holtz in the opening inning, and now 2 are on with 1 out for Justin Upton. Well, when you work slowly and walk people like he's doing already today, that's got to wear out your defense,
especially on a warm day, standing in the sunshine. You just want him to do something. You mentioned that it might be a good time for the Braves to catch the Red Sox, John, and you're right, because in interleague play the Braves have lost the last 7 series against Boston.
Well, here's your hottest Braves hitter, Justin Upton. Up again.
Yeah, he's getting underneath. I mean, that's a cutter. He likes to throw his cutter, and of course he's trying to generate with his body the lack of things that naturally will come. So sometimes you think about his velocity going down. I'm sure what they're working on is that front side. He has a tendency to float, and if he floats at all, I won't use the terminology I used before with the backside, because I learned my lesson with you guys. That changes the arm angle, and you're seeing right now as a pitching coach going to come out and try to remind them some of the things they've been working on. This is a nightmare for a pitcher when you know you got a mechanical problem. You work on it in the bullpens, but you hope that you can bring it to the game. So far, it has not worked out.
That's Juan Nieves, the pitching coach.
John Farrell used to be the Red Sox pitching coach. That was under Terry Francona. When he left, John went to Toronto, managed a year, and then said the Red Sox job would be my dream job. That was after the Bobby Valentine experiment did not work at Fenway Park. They brought Farrell from Toronto to Boston. And last year, obviously, a magical season for the Red Sox.
Justin Upton's got a guard right now against just thinking he's going to get a fastball down the middle. As wild as this guy is, that may not be the case, but 2-0 count, have a small zone. Look for it in a certain place.
Talking with John Farrell, has said, what do you miss and what were the challenges in managing versus being with your pitchers every 5 days? You know, you're down in the bullpen, you know them. He said, well, you know, he's left that up to the pitching coach, and he's every once in a while will have a conversation with the guys that he knew. But day to day, he does not deal with anything that has to do with the pitching coach or the pitchers in general.
But that is hard to do.
Good pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A line out to deep center, sandwiched between 2 walks in the Atlanta first. Strike 3 outside corner. That's a huge out for Boston. 2 down.
A lot of Red Sox fans here too, based on that reaction. Good pitch.
So Chris Johnson's the batter, the Braves third baseman, with a couple of homers, 11 RBIs. He launched one in the 8th inning yesterday. Part of a 2-hit day.
Much better tight cutter he threw right there. One of the challenges the Red Sox are going to have today, I don't know how many times he'll come into play, but Big Papi's playing first base, and he doesn't get there very often. Obviously in the DH, and now they need his bat. He had a day off in Tampa, so see what kind of play and range the big fella still has.
Isn't it funny how sometimes, fellas, one pitch can turn around a guy's entire inning?
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, you're always searching for your own little keys. Sometimes it needs the pitching coach to come out and tell you, but it really is trusting. I hate to keep harping the mechanic part of it, but if you don't know your mechanics or you're in a funk, you can't really change anything or work on anything and make the adjustment. So far, the last 3 cutters and that fastball that he struck out Upton, all down in the zone.
In the air toward right, and that's playable for Gomes. And Buchholz is out of the mess. He issued 2 walks, but got a strikeout and a flyout, and this game heads to the 2nd with no score.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by AT&T Uverse, Delta Airlines, and Ford.
Scoreless game. We head to the top of the second inning on Memorial Day 2014. I want to tip the cap to the Braves organization. They do Memorial Day right. They fly over. Service personnel line the base paths today. Just a beautiful remembrance ceremony at the ballpark as David Ortiz leads off for Boston. Big Papi takes the strike.
And a great video on the big screen. A very somber speech from Ronald Reagan. It was outstanding.
Big Papi lines one to center, but Upton's going to catch that. Ortiz is retired for out number one. 4 up, 4 down for Santana. And that'll bring up A.J. Pierzynski. John, I was intrigued by something you said a couple of times in pregame and in our opening comments about how Boston's really changed their entire middle of their defensive lineup. That starts with A.J. Pierzynski instead of Jared Saltalamacchia.
Yeah, and again, A.J.'s been around. He's a veteran. I'm sure they thought in 1 year he'd be able to come in and not pinning this all on A.J., but I think it's the center field shortstop catcher.
Popped up left side. Johnson gives chase. Sliding try on the track, and he can't corral it.
I think it's that we always talk about pitching and how strong are you up the middle. And great try here by CJ. Can't get it. And I think, you know, getting used to or trying to replace guys, it's a little more difficult. You have a winning formula, a championship formula, and very few teams know what that's like.
Look out. That one sprayed into the Red Sox dugout.
In and out of the dugout. Somehow missed Johnny Gomes on deck.
Broken bat pop up. Laird will give it chase. And he'll come up and slam into the fence. Let's see if Laird's all right. Some kind of play by Gerald Laird for the second out.
Got a late start and really had to hit the wall with a lot of force to make this catch. Zaxby's indescribably good play. Oh.
So here we are, an inning and 2/3 into the game. The Braves first baseman's taken a thrown ball off the ankle, and Laird and Johnson been sliding on the warning track.
And Ervin Santana's been Dr. Santana checking on both of them. Look at Ervin. He wants a sign. Get in the box.
Well, a year ago, Chip, this team obviously led most of baseball in offense, and especially their speed. They had 123 stolen bases. This year, 11. So they miss Jacoby Ellsbury about as much as any team has missed one player. Now he's gone over to the Yankees, but stability is what I was trying to basically say. When you have a team and you don't have to change many parts coming back, as a catcher, learning a whole new staff.
I couldn't agree more. And it wasn't just any player or players. They were good players. They were solid parts of their offense and their team on a day-to-day basis. Saltalamacchia, Drew, and Ellsbury.
Well, Drew's on his way back as Gomes launches one to left, and that's going to hang up for Justin. He hit it right on the screws, but he's set down. So are the Red Sox. 6 up, 6 down. Braves send Andrelton Simmons up in a scoreless second inning.
Fox Sports honors our fallen warriors. Texas native Joseph Fankhauser was a dedicated baseball fan. In 2000, he enlisted in the Marine Corps, completing 4 tours in Iraq before enrolling in explosive ordnance school. But during his 6th military deployment, this time in Afghanistan, he was killed by an IED blast. Fox Sports honors Staff Sergeant Joseph H. Fankhauser.
Tough to talk about baseball after you see those, isn't it?
It really is. Proud of the company for honoring those guys and gals.
So in the Braves second, Andrelton Simmons, Ramiro Pena, and Gerald Laird are coming up against Buchholz. Atlanta stranded a pair in the first inning today.
There is some excitement in the air.
Yes, there is.
A lot of Red Sox fans now chanting, "Let's go Red Sox," and a lot of Braves fans covering them up with boos. Real good way to silence those Red Sox fans.
And just to clarify, that's boos without the Z.
Yeah.
3 balls, no strikes for Andrelton Simmons.
Buchholz last start 4 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 2 walks, 5 runs. Lost to Toronto. He's already walked 2 today.
How did Buchholz become a Red Sox? 42nd pick in June of 2005, a compensation draft pick for free agent Pedro Martinez. And a high strike of the inside corner. John Tumpane, the home plate ump. Simmons wasn't sure about that.
Let's check out Fox Tracks. He had a reason to be walking.
That's the side of the plate where Buchholz wants to go, even though his location is not being going to the opposite side.
First chance for Pedroia, and he makes the play for out number 1. Time for our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. Braves have been rolling their last 8 games.
A lot of walks too. 27 walks in their last 8 to go with those 12 homers. And an improved effort to go to the opposite fields helped too.
First pitch swing by Ramiro Pena and a fly ball toward left. That's Grady Sizemore. Remember him from Cleveland? Oh, what a great player Grady was with the Tribe. Missed the last 2 seasons coming back from microfracture knee surgery. His first chance is handled cleanly for the second out.
He leads off the next inning. We can talk about him some more, but I was reading it to John earlier today about the long list of injuries and really debilitating injuries he's had to overcome to come back and play.
What I was saying is that he leaks towards his arm side. That's where he's more comfortable because of his mechanics. So he's going to throw more balls in to a right-hander away to a left-hander than he is going to be able to throw away to a right-hander, which is what he's been trying to do all game so far and not have much success except for one hitter. So you can see all the energy that it takes to throw a pitch. Every pitcher has a comfortable side of the plate, and then there's the side they have to work on. And if the mechanics are not good, that side they work on becomes exaggerated by the mistakes they make over the one area of the plate.
Well, he's set down 4 straight. He's been behind a lot of hitters, though. And is so here with Gerald Laird, 2 balls and a strike.
When you see him, see how he's just tilted. He looks like he's about 3 inches to the other side of the plate when he's throwing. So it's not a straight line. He has to adjust to come back over to the natural glove side. Because he's on the first base side of the rubber, and he traditionally likes to throw those 2-seam sinkers, which has not been as good as it obviously was last year. It's more work for him to throw the ball on both sides of the plate. That's where he's going to be comfortable. That's easy for him to get it over there. It's harder on the other side to hold its plane and make a hitter look like that cutter, that fastball that primarily stays on the other side has not been as good, with the exception of the one stretch of 3 in a row that he threw in the first inning.
And as you said, we're all down.
And another walk. So you can see how Buchholz is having the troubles he's having. If he can't pitch effectively inside, he doesn't feel comfortable pitching outside. There's only one place to go, maybe middle of the plate, and if he does that, like any pitcher, they're going to get whacked.
Yeah, and he's got too many pitches and too many ways to get you out to give up that many hits. So he's desperately trying to find that fix, that answer. Sometimes they'll sneak up too fast on you. You wish you had a little more time to kind of work on the things in between.
So the Braves clear the pitcher, Ervin Santana. A called strike.
And that's such a bad walk as a pitcher in the National League, when you walk the 8th guy and then get the pitcher up with 2 outs. I don't know statistically what that correlates into, but you could almost understand why the 3rd inning would be a better chance for them to reset that lineup. And that's when you lead off a game, it's rare that a leadoff hitter will lead off again. You know, I mean, it doesn't work that way all the time.
Popped up, and Pedroia at second drifts out. Brantley will join him, and it's Pedroia who makes the play, and that'll retire the side. Nothing doing in Atlanta's 2nd inning. Still no score.
Santana doing his job on the mound today, and also doing whatever else the team needs. As Gerald Laird told me before the game, Ervin is a good guy, he's a good team guy, and you got to witness that as Dr. Santana went to work on some of his injured teammates. Freddie Freeman took a knock to the foot in pregame warmups. Dr. Santana making sure he's all right, and then his catcher slamming into the wall to catch a ball. The doctor is there once again. I'd say his bedside manner pretty good so far, don't you think, guys?
Unless you're a hitter.
Yeah.
Good point.
Well, this Red Sox team, in an effort to try to break their losing streak, has scored early the last 2 games and couldn't hold on to the leads. In fact, I think it was a 5-0 lead they had 2 days ago against Tampa Bay, and then went 15 innings and lost.
Yeah, when you're in a bad stretch, you find ways to lose, and that is a perfect example. 5-0, you explode against one of the better pitchers in David Price. Rarely does a pitcher go 8 innings after that, and he did. Held him scoreless for 7 innings, and eventually the team held him scoreless for the next 14. That's just when you're in a bad funk. Things like that happen.
Well, here's the man we were talking about a moment ago, Grady Sizemore. Hampered by injuries each of the last 5 years he played. It's taken him 2 years to come back from knee surgeries. In his prime, this guy was state of the art for the Cleveland Indians. Perennial 20-homer guy. Had one season of 33 bombs for the Indians back in 2008.
Yeah, he was a 30-30 guy that year.
And he smokes this ball towards center. Upton turns and recovers and can't get it. Now Sizemore around second on his way to third, and he'll be standing there with nobody out. Thought BJ had it for a moment with his back turned. Don't know what happened. Just saw the ball bounce on the track.
Well, he plays so deep. I thought he had a chance at this too. He got turned around a little bit, but it's directly over his head. Looked like it might have even hit his glove. Sizemore, who could fly when he was healthy, still runs pretty good.
That's the first hit of the game. It's a leadoff triple for Brady Sizemore. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. And he hits one in the air toward right. Hayward to his right. That ought to be deep enough to score the game's first run. It will. It's a sac fly. Sizemore scores, and the Red Sox lead 1-0.
Well, it's interesting, playing with Andrew Jones my whole career, that might have been the only play that gave him trouble, was the one straight at him. Center fielders are so used to going right, left, and the crack of the bat. That ball that's hit straight at him can give him a little bit of a problem when it talks about the carry to it. So one that he'll probably make, Upton, more times out of not. Looks like he just missed it coming down.
So Boston scores first. They're 15-7 this year when they put the first run on the board. Now Buchholz bats and has an even count. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This game can be simply down to who's got the lead after the 6th inning. Both teams do pretty well, and on the flip side don't do very well when they're trailing. Only 1 win each. I think Boston has 2 and 22 when they're trailing.
It's because both sides have pretty good bullpens, and they both have very good closers. It's interesting there, Santana, after the sacrifice fly, he threw rapid fired a couple of pitches to Buchholz. One was a ball, and he kind of gathered himself like, man, I'm in a blur here. I need to restart.
Now he's gone full to the pitcher, Clay Buchholz, who's had 3 career at bats in the big leagues. That one toward right center field. Hayward will try to cut it off, and he will. So Clay Buchholz with a solid single with 1 out.
That was a nice swing.
Here's the Sizemore triple.
Play again in center field. The one thing he had working for him is that it was to his glove side. And I don't know if he was trying to catch it lower instead of reach up and get it higher. But it was on his glove side, and it looked like the ball came quite a ways over the top of him before it hit his glove, as opposed to trying to reach up high and get it.
So Brock Holt bats for the 2nd time. He bounced out his first appearance. And Holt takes the ball low. Holt was acquired after the 2012 season from the Pirates. He came along with Joel Hanrahan for Mark Melanson, Stolmy Pimentel, Ivan DeJesus, and outfielder first baseman Jerry Sands.
This guy's giving him a little lift. He's had some energy. He's stolen some bases.
Just amazing to see how third base has evolved. Middlebrooks kind of forces out Youkilis. He gets traded, has a hot start, and then fizzles and goes on actually goes back to the minor leagues because he's struggling so much the next year. And then in comes Bogart. Bogart's the young guy that kind of
strike three to Hope.
Inevitably led to them not re-signing maybe Stephen Drew at the price they were asking so he could play shortstop, which puts Middlebrooks back at third. And now what's going to happen is when Stephen Drew comes back, looks like Bogarts is going to go to third and Middlebrooks is going to be in some form or fashion in the middle of all of that.
And let's not forget, by signing Drew for the prorated contract, they also saved $4 million in the deal. He turned down a $14 million qualifying offer, signed for $10 million.
That I'm sure his agent will reimburse him for.
Right. But through all of this, let's not forget as well, even with a 10-game losing streak, the Red Sox are only 7 games back in the loss column in the AL East. It's Toronto that leads the pack, and they lead the Yankees by 2 games, Baltimore by 2.5.
It's been the year of the injuries for everybody, it seems like. And I think Boston still has plenty of time, as do most teams that are only 7 or 8 games back. But the concerning thing has been the fact that they have not been able to generate consistently any kind of offense. Pitching is going to get much better.
Bogarts drives one toward left center, and BJ takes over and makes the grab, and that retires the side. The Red Sox strike first. Sizemore's triple and Bradley's sac fly makes it 1-0. Top of the order up for the Braves. That's your Delta Airlines on deck trio. Boston has the lead in game 1 of our series, and we invite you to see the home of the Braves in a whole new way. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of the Braves press box, our broadcast booth, the clubhouse, and the dugout. Tours begin in the Braves Museum and Hall of Fame. And for more information, call 404-614-2311. A lot of great John Smoltz memorabilia in the Braves Hall of Fame, as well as the new portraits of the 3 newest inductees to the Braves Hall of Fame: Javi Lopez, longtime trainer Dave Pursley, and the great Rabbit Moranville. And outside to Jason Hayward, who walked to start the game for Atlanta. More balls than strikes so far for Buchholz.
Yeah, he's hoping that, to Joe's point, can lull everybody to sleep. Pop one in there every once in a while and get outs on it, but he has not been as sharp.
It's 3 for 10 in first pitch strikes. What I'm hoping isn't a replay of is Juan Nicasio. He came in here, had never beaten the Braves, had given up 20 earned runs in 18 innings, and he wound up beating the Braves 3-1 and pitched to Jim. Don't want a repeat of that.
4 straight balls from Buchholz, and that's his 4th walk in the game.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. A pitcher that basically has had good command over the course of his career and been able to locate his fastball. Today, the fastball is non-existent.
Season high in walks for Buchholz. And now B.J. Upton, the batter. He scalded one to straightaway center. And is 0 for 1. And fouled away to the screen, strike 1.
A.J. Pierzynski's always been pretty good at containing or controlling a running game. Not Yadier Molina-like, but this year he's 8 out of 23 throwing out base stealers. That's 35%, and that is a big number.
Unless the catcher is really bad, it's really up to the pitcher to make sure you give the catcher a chance. 1-1 to 1-3 is the time. 1.1 to 1.3 seconds. You have to release the ball from starting your delivery out of the stretch. Clay has been working hard, but he was one of the worst at being able to hold on runners, and now he's taking it to the extreme by going to that snail's pace, making sure that he does everything he can to give himself a chance, or the catcher a chance.
Well, with all the walks, he's certainly having lots of practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that stress level that you don't want to keep working on.
Only 21 strikes of those 44 pitches for Buchholz. But he's ahead of BJ here. No balls, 2 strikes. Inside corner, and Upton didn't like strike 2 or strike 3. But he is out number 1.
There's that side of the plate that he likes to go to. It is probably off the plate.
Yeah.
Again, I always say as a hitter or a pitcher, you know an umpire is going to give one side of the plate a little bit more. And depending on where they're setting up is always where I would tell the catcher, make sure you steal that part of the plate.
I think he missed 2 on him in that at bat.
Freddie walked his first time up. One ball, no strikes.
Pulled that split finger he had just thrown. And you pull it, you don't give it a chance to actually fade away from the left-hander.
No swing.
Freddie's due. Last home run was a week ago today against Willie Peralta of the Brewers.
He's due, and I think Jason's due to steal here pretty soon. I know you want to leave the hole for the left-hander. 2-0 count.
So Freddie's cooled off, as you see, the last 6 games. Hitters count here, 2 balls, no strikes. Braves had an excellent chance in the first inning, first and second with one out. But Upton struck out. Chris Johnson flied out, and the Braves threat died there. They've had 2 base runners since, both on walks. That time Freeman took it. 3 balls and a strike.
Got to set him, don't you?
I would go here. And if I were Buchholz, I'd try to go back to that same pitch down and in that I got him to swing at before. That good cutter. Hard pitch to throw on if you're the catcher, too.
He's not going, and the 3-1 pitch nowhere near. 5 walks for Buchholz, and again, Justin Upton a chance to hit with a pair of men aboard. And he loves hitting at home. You'll see what we're talking about on our Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Frostproof Coors Light.
Doing some mighty impressive numbers. I know he'd like to improve that road mark, and he'll be able to going to Fenway Park on Wednesday. But just tremendous work at home in Turner Field.
Braves took 2 out of 3 from the Rockies, despite going 1 for 22 with runners in scoring position at the plate.
Home runs cure that.
Yeah, 4 of them yesterday. And today the Braves are 0 for 2 in risk situations.
Justin hit 217 with 20 RBIs. The Braves as a team hit 228. .228 is with a lot better than it's been.
Line drive right center field. Bradley on the run. Can't get it. It's a relay race around the third base bag. Throw toward the plate is going to be late. Upton doubles home 2, and the Braves have their first lead of the day.
More damage from him on a pitch that looked like it was out of third, and he went with it. Target was in, but pitch was away, and he was not going to get burned again on a pitch out there that was a strike. Bradley with another great effort, but this was great base running by Freddie Freeman. He recognized that it was going to get over his head, and then was cognizant of where Jason was so that he didn't overrun him.
So the Braves' first hit scores 2 runs, and Buchholz behind 2-1 now for Chris Johnson.
Walks finally came back to haunt him.
That gives Upton a 9-game hitting streak. And he's up to 32 RBIs.
The angle of the base runner is always going to be different. So Jason Hayward is at second base looking more straight on, trying to determine if the ball's going to get caught. And of course Freddie can see that the angle of which the outfielder's going at, he can tell that it's probably not going to get caught. That's why they were so close together. And of course with Freddie's speed, he needed to be that close to be able to score from first on a double.
That's a great point about the read.
Now Johnson tries to take one the other way. Hit it foul, 1-2.
So you can see Freddie has already conceded that there's no way he's going to catch that. Jason has to play it a little closer to the vest, could tag up if he scores. And this tandem would have been a lot interesting to see what would have happened had the relay been a little bit more online.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball up the middle. Nice play. Bogarts in the throw. Pulls Ortiz off the bat. Upton to third. Johnson's at first. We'll see how that's scored.
When you're a team that's lost 10 in a row and you're really struggling, the last thing you need are extra outs for the opponent. And he, like a pitcher, he just pulled that to the side as his body was kind of taking him out toward right.
As a defensive player, Joe, is that a product of all the base on balls?
Well, it could be, Chip. It certainly could be with the deep counts and, like you said, standing around in the sunshine. There's an element to that. But sometimes your target makes a difference, too. He might have looked up and went, "Big Poppy, what are you doing there?"
So that was scored an infield hit. And the Braves now have 2 hits on the day. And a chance for a big inning now with Andrelton Simmons coming up. Andrelton grounded out to Pedroia to start the 2nd inning. Keep the line moving here. Simmons, the 6th man to hit.
Simmons hit 259 with runners in scoring position. Lately, though, it seems like, I know, Joe, you guys have been doing all the games, that a little aggressive with his swing.
Over swinging, John, trying to pull too much. Ground ball to second, his first time up today. Maybe a sign that he's trying to go the other way some.
He's got a big hole over there. And now he's ahead, 2 balls, no strikes.
I'd take a fly ball. I wouldn't mind the heavier swing if he got something that he could hit to the outfield here. Stay out of a double play and get a 3rd run in. Well, his body language is awful too, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's certain trends you see. When is it going to be fixed? How can he get out of the funk, whether it's a hitter in 1 for 25 slump or a pitcher in 2 starts that has numbers that aren't indicative.
Another walk. And for Buchholz, with all these bases on balls and the high pitch count totals, he's gone less than 5 innings already 4 times this season.
Yeah, and there's just, it's a helpless feeling. There's not much you can do. You're out there grinding. You're trying to get the ball to the location of the catcher's mitt. But because something you're doing in your body and the alignment that he has right now with his lower half just doesn't allow it to happen.
A new career high in walks. That's 6. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 here in the third. And now Ramiro Pena's the batter with only 1 out. And he wisely watches one sail high.
The most walks the Braves have received in a game is 9 this year against the Phillies back on April 14th. But they've already gotten 6 today in 3 innings.
There's a strike. And the catch-22 for John Farrell, I'm guessing, fellows, would be you can take him out of the game and have him work on this stuff on the side, but maybe the best and only place he can figure it out is on the mound. But he's pitching for a team that's lost 10 straight games, and he's already surrendered the lead today. One ball, 1 strike.
I don't go with that, Chip. As a position player, I'd be very upset with that. It would be like the manager saying, okay, well, at the expense of this game and all the rest of you guys, we got to let this guy get his brains beat out today so that he can be better next time. Well, it's only 2-1.
Right.
Don't give up on this game, because these other guys are going to be fighting to try to win it. And don't let the game get so out of hand that it's overwhelming.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And a scorcher that almost picked off Terry Pendleton.
Braves could certainly use more hits with the bases loaded. Only 4 on the year. Only one team has less, and that's the Dodgers.
Well, Upton, Johnson, Simmons. Another long offensive inning for the Braves, who have a 2-1 lead. And now 2-2. Nobody's up in the Boston bullpen. And it is a 2-1 game.
Ramiro will fool you. He's a lot quicker inside than you think. We've seen him, especially on fastballs down and in, golf him out of the ballpark. Seems to hit pitchers that nobody else can hit.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And an off-speed pitch strikes out Pena. Second strikeout of the inning. Now Laird hits with bases loaded, but 2 out.
There's those numbers right there. 143 average.
Only 1 extra base hit. I tell you, Gerald, though, has had a good homestand playing for Gaddis when he was sick. Came through with some real clutch hits against the Brewers.
I was joking with him before the game yesterday. Saw him, as you see, the bullpen starts to work for Boston. Saw him walking out to a batting practice. Said, out of traction, huh? After he started 4 games in a row. Well, Gaddis had a viral problem. And back to the screen for an even count.
I know it seems simple, but when you keep your front shoulder down and you don't drift forward as a pitcher, you got a chance to keep the ball down. But when your front shoulder and your body gets out in front of you, the ball's going to elevate and it's going to alter to where you want to throw it. That last pitch was a good example of his quiet mechanics, not forcing anything, throw a ball down, and even to the hitter, it's going to show as it has more hop on it. The more it flattens and the more it stays up in the zone, the hitter's eyes, of course, love those kind of pitches.
That stayed high. Ball 2.
32 pitches in the inning.
We haven't seen the curveball very much.
No.
Fastball has been his biggest problem to throw strikes. He's tried to throw some cutters, change-ups.
Well, as bad as this inning has been, with 3 walks, 2 hits, he's 1 pitch away from getting out of it and only trailing by a run somehow, some way.
Here's the pitch he wants action on. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Up the middle, off the pitcher's foot, and it's in no man's land, and Atlanta scores a 3rd run. He got action and a comebacker to boot, if you'll pardon the pun. It's 3-1 Atlanta.
Ball hits him pretty square. He's going to try and play it off, but this ball goes up the middle. Sometimes you try to make a kick save, but He couldn't angle it more towards Big Papi.
Gerald Laird with his 4th RBI of the season and his 4th of this homestand. He was trying to wave John Farrell and the trainer off.
That's when he didn't feel it. Now the feeling's starting to show up.
Times like this, I'll bet you think, never knew I had a heartbeat in my toe.
Yeah. I think it's his landing foot, so sometimes these things can actually work to your advantage, believe it or not. You focus on something other than your mechanics, and your landing feet or your foot that's against the rubber can actually be softer, and you can actually throw the ball better.
So Santana hits with the bases loaded. Buchholz missed high again.
I know it cost him a run, but it may have saved him a run too. If that ball gets through the middle, scores 2 runs instead of 1. Now 5 for 18, John, on first pitch strikes.
Yeah, it's watching him today does not cause you to wonder why his numbers are what they are. He truly is struggling, and if the Red Sox are going to turn it around, they obviously need him to turn it around. He's a big part of their rotation.
1-2 pitch for Santana. And that'll take care of the Braves in the 3rd inning. But boy, oh boy, did the Braves make Buchholz work. They cashed in 3 walks, 3 hits, and scored 3 runs. After 3, it's Atlanta 3, Red Sox 1. Scoring 3 times. They lead the Red Sox now 3-1. Time, John and Joe, for our AT&T Uverse trivia question. There's Dustin Pedroia, Boston's second baseman. Over the last 8 years, he has 300 doubles. That's the 2nd most in the big leagues. Who's the only player with more doubles the last 8 years than Dustin Pedroia?
Manny Machado. Well, maybe not.
That kind of answer will not allow us to say we won. Whew.
Oh, yeah, no.
We'll have to think about that one.
So, total, not in 1 year.
That's correct.
And here he is to start Boston's 4th inning. Best thing of all would be for Santana to have another quick 1-2-3 inning. Get the Red Sox right back out on the field.
The first name popped in my head. It's Cabrera.
Good call.
Melky or Miguel?
Oh, that would be Miguel.
Or Struble.
Red Sox fans trying to stir up some noise. Braves fans trying to drown them out. And that one's a strike. Pedroia, the Rookie of the Year, an MVP, marvelous player, and a fan favorite. He's going to roll out to short. Look at him hustle down the line for out number 1.
Always bust it down the line.
I'm guessing this one's a sellout today. If not, it's got to be close. I'm seeing a lot of fans standing up.
I think it's the biggest crowd we've had all year, probably bigger than opening day. And again, they were treated to a great pregame ceremony.
Here's David Ortiz. Bouncing ball fouled at first. Ortiz this year will try to do something that's been done by only one Red Sox player ever. That's have 8 30-homer seasons. Ted Williams is the man that's done that. Ortiz has done it 7 times. Manny Ramirez 6 times.
Remember seeing him in interleague play with Minnesota at the Metrodome? I do, because I remember him being a big guy, but they just talked about him. Oh, he's just a guy. If he connects, he can hit it a mile, but he does not a good hitter. And how wrong they were, and what a great acquisition for the Red Sox.
He says he's all right, but still a painful at bat.
That hurts.
Right off the shin.
Slider in. What's coming next?
Ought to be. Same thing.
One ball, 2 strikes. And now time call. Joe mentioned the fact that Ortiz played for the Twins. That wasn't his first big league organization.
No.
He was a non-drafted free agent by the Seattle Mariners. They traded him to the Twins in 1996 for infielder Dave Hollins. Big Papi played in Minnesota through the end of the 2002 year, then went to Boston, and then took off.
How did he get to Boston?
Free agent.
Huh. So he'd been released by the Twins, basically. He didn't have enough time in the big leagues to become a 6-year free agent.
So there for the take, and Boston took him. 31 homers, 101 driven in year 1, 41 and 139 in year 2. Third year with the Red Sox, 47 homers, 54 homers in 2006.
I know the Red Sox have won more games than anybody in interleague play. But they're definitely put under the gun more than anybody, because this guy, being the prototypical DH, having to play first base puts their team at a disadvantage.
And he'll take a 1-out walk. First pass issued by Santana today. And A.J. Przinsky's the batter.
And I think sometime in the near future, I'm afraid we're going to see a universal set of rules. I just think I do, because if you're a team building your team for American League, and now there's interleague every day for at least one team, I think it puts you, it straps you, especially the timing of it. You lose a hitter for road trip sometimes if you can't play that position, and I just know that the union's probably not going to allow it to be adoptee pitchers hitting, because that eliminates a position.
And a highly paid position at that.
And so I think eventually we're going to end up having a DH all the way across. As much as I love the strategy, as much as National League Baseball is typically more of a faster paced game, although you never know that today. I mean today, in today's era, because as you mentioned to me earlier, there's only 3 teams that have a time of game that's under 3 hours. It's 2:59.
All 3 of them.
It's not like they're. And then we've got more pitchers being used per game, so a lot more changes and stoppage.
1 ball, 1 strike for Pierzynski.
I remember talking to Jim Leland, and he was really under the gun last year. When you think about his team needed to win, Cleveland had a great year. Victor Martinez, one of their best hitters, but prototypically a DH. He had to make the decision in an interleague series at the end of the year with the Marlins. Do I catch him? Do I risk injury? Or does he sit for 7 days or 6 days?
And that's the worst part of it. In the old days, before Houston went to the American League, you had a 2 or 3 week period where all the interleague games were stacked up.
Right.
And I think fans loved interleague play, and I think they liked it better that way. It was indeed a special and unique time of the season with the different rules, the different teams coming to your ballpark. But every manager or general manager will tell you that they would much prefer playing the teams in their division in the final month, not outside the division, much less outside your league, like the Tigers had to do.
As it should be, within your division, not outside your league.
Because wasn't it last year, once the Tigers clinched, the last day of the year was a no-hitter by the Marlins?
Anderson Alvarez.
Yes. And it was a 0-0 game going into the 9th inning.
Wild pitch.
And he was on deck. I don't know if a no-hitter's ever been celebrated that way with a pitcher.
Highly doubt that.
With a bat in his hand and a helmet on his head, watching the winning run score. A.J. Pierzynski, a 2-2 count. And a swing and a miss. 2 out.
One of the things that David Ortiz has been complaining about with respect to how he gets pitched around and walked more than usual is that there's nobody behind him to protect him right now with the Red Sox. And he's been kind of begging the Red Sox to go get somebody. And that's no slap to Pierzynski. It's just that I'm not sure when they signed him, they expected him to be the number 5-hole hitter to try to protect Ortiz.
Well, Napoli is, of course, on the DL now, but he's been trying to play through some banged-up situations, and finally they had to put him on the DL. He was a guy that came up huge for him last year. And let's face it, I mean, everything went the way you want it to go to win a World Championship. I mean, the pitching, the bullpen, the timely hitting, you name it. They got hot at the right time, and a lot of people were concerned with some of the changes they had made. And, when you think about who's trying to replace who, Grady Sizemore's a fantastic story, but if you're relying on him to fill the void, that's a daunting that's a lot to ask for a guy who's been out of the game for a long time. And he started off fast.
Yeah, he did.
A ball and a strike for Gomes.
We were talking about, I think it was Adams with the Cardinals, Chip, about how for a slugger he's up really the middle of the box, but more toward the front. Johnny Gomes the same way. That front foot of his is almost on the front line when he spreads out.
You almost never see that.
No.
That's downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I love watching Gomes hit, though. I've always said that He works that helmet like a bull rider works his hat, getting ready to come out of the chute. Got to make sure it's just right.
Swing and a miss. Santana walked Ortiz, then struck out the next two Boston hitters. He leads 3-1 as the Braves 1-2-3 men go to work in the home fourth. Field on Memorial Day.
Semper Fi.
How much do you think they pay for that fan at Paris Island?
Oh, baby.
So Jason Hayward back to work for Atlanta in the fourth inning.
Outside! Outside!
And the Red Sox bench barking about John Tumpain's strike zone. He said very clearly the pitch was outside. So was that one. Despite 6 walks and 3 hits, Buchholz has allowed only 3 runs and trails by 2. And out of play for Hayward. 2 balls and a strike.
We were talking about that leadoff spot too earlier, John, and here it is, the 4th inning, and Jason Hayward's leading off for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
Weird how it works that way. But you start walking a bunch of people and that top of the order comes around real fast.
That one found its mark. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Hayward's starting to pick it up, as you mentioned. Hitting streak just ended, but in May, 277. I just think he's such a key for this offense.
And it's another walk.
Well, it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SouthFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
Chip suggested yesterday. Figure that photo today will have a Memorial Day tilt to it.
And B.J. Upton, the batter. He lined out to center and was called out on a questionable third strike. Questionable second strike, too, for that matter, his last time up.
Brzezinski went out, I think, just to buy some time for somebody to get up. And they are scurrying around in the Red Sox bullpen.
I can honestly tell you, I haven't seen leadoff guy have 3 walks by the 4th inning in a while.
Hop is beginning to throw.
Capuano up earlier.
There's a fly ball left center field. Nobody's going to get that. It's down and up against the fence. Look at Hayward fly. He's around third. He's going to score without a throw. And B.J. Upton makes it a 4-run game.
Telling you, there's something going on here with this adjustment that BJ's made with his hands and the bat waggle that are beginning to pay off, and he finally found a hole with a line drive. And when you do that with Jason Hayward at first base, there's a good chance you're going to drive him in.
And for Buchholz, that's going to be the end of the line. 7 walks, 4 hits, 4 runs allowed. The 7 walks, the most he's ever allowed in the big leagues. At least I think it's the end of the line. Juan Nieves is the pitching coach, and out talking. He might be buying some time. Well, nope, not yet.
I even had some body English working on that line drive BJ hit. I was trying to get it to go farther away from Bradley because he's been hitting the ball so hard and not getting any hits.
Well, I don't know how many more starts they're going to give Clay before he's given an opportunity to work it out at maybe even somewhere else or give him a break. But he is definitely not anywhere close to where he needs to be. Even though they've discovered some things mechanically, it takes a pitcher a time or two to try to trust that and deliver in the game. Certainly he has not made any in-game adjustment at any point to feel like, oh, that's the trigger, that unlocks something.
Freddie launches one foul down the left field line.
The thing that I wondered, John, is how can a guy who was 12-1 last year through 16 starts, and I understand the injury, do you think the injury caused the mechanical issues that he's trying to compensate for now?
No doubt. I don't think he has confidence in the ability to let go of baseball and throw it and feel what you feel. A pitcher knows when he lets go of a baseball, whether it's mechanically sound or not, or if he has to do more to try to make a ball move or try to make a ball get to a certain spot. And last year, he pitched with guts. He came back. A lot of people thought it was a long time off, and in the offseason, not really seeing any signs of that. And it just is not working.
That's the 8th walk. In case you wondered, the Red Sox record for most walks in a game is 12. Fritz Ostermuller did that in 1935. This is the most ever for Buchholz. Dice K had an 8-walk game. Josh Beckett had a 9-walk game once. But the mystery that is Clay Buchholz in 2014 has continued in Atlanta. He departs with 2 on and nobody out. Here are the Braves' 4th.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by the Georgia Lottery, Toyota, and AT&T.
Atlanta 4, Boston 1. The Braves continue to hit here in the 4th inning. They have chased Clay Buchholz, who turned in the second 8-walk game in the big leagues this year. And now Atlanta will see a familiar face, fellas. They've seen Burke Batenhop several times before.
Yeah, Burke is a guy right now in a nice little roll. He hasn't given up an earned run in the last 20 innings. A guy that Boston needs to get some innings. Lower arm angle, sinker about 91. He's got a changeup that acts like a split type, and a slider that has a slurve action.
Braves have seen Batenhop a lot with the Marlins. He was in Tampa Bay in 2012. Last year, part of Milwaukee's bullpen, where he fired 63 games and won 2, lost 3.
Braves are 3 for 7 runners in scoring position today. One of the hits by Justin.
That was a double back in the 3rd inning that scored the first 2 Atlanta runs. Gerald Laird with a 2-out infield hit off Buchholz's foot. Brought Upton home. Now 1st and 2nd, nobody out for the Braves left fielder here in the 4th.
It's amazing. You know, the danger of baseball in the long season is you look at schedules and you go, that's going to be a tough month. That's going to be a tough stretch. This could be one that's winnable. And it's not who you play, it's when you play them.
Right.
And the Braves obviously taking advantage of some teams struggling, and that's what you have to do to be successful. They're playing Boston at the absolute right time, so to speak. They're struggling. Milwaukee was going through a little bit of a slow start, but that's so much changes in a season when you face a team in April and then you might not face them until June or July.
I think that was a case, fortunate case for the Giants. They caught the Braves at a down time out in San Francisco.
Everybody was concerned earlier in the year. The Washington Nationals and Braves were playing quite a bit early, and the Braves weren't going to have their complement of players. And oh man, they just had their number the last few years.
Yeah, you looked at this portion of the schedule and you said, uh-oh, Braves aren't playing real well. This is in the early days of May. Well, we've got Milwaukee there in 1st place. We've got Colorado with that real good offense. And, you know, Boston's going to always put up a fight. Braves have themselves an outstanding homestand. 5-2 on it so far and leading today. And a high hopper hit toward the left side. Holt can't get it. It's off his glove and into shallow left center field. 1 run scores. And Upton's in safely at 2nd. Freeman stops at 3rd. B.J. Upton scores to make it 5-1.
Well, Holt doesn't know, but if he doesn't go after this ball, they get an out for sure. Shortstop's right there. But his deflection could have turned this into a double.
This is the 2nd time this has happened in this homestand. It happened against the Brewers, where they deflected one away and allowed the Braves to score a run and keep a big inning going. Base hit.
3 RBI day for Upton. And now Chris Johnson, the hitter. Chris 1 for 2.
It's got to be a double, though, doesn't it?
It is.
No balls and a strike for Chris. Infield in for Boston. Red Sox riding a 10-game losing streak. And 11 of their last 12. They've been outscored, counting today's play, 57-27, and have been swept 3 times.
Yeah, they've had 5 one-run losses in a couple 2-1-0 games that don't feel good when you're on the opposite side of that in a losing streak.
Well, I wanted that one.
The note you told me about, Chip, was just astounding. Was that during their long homestand, they only led by in 1/2 inning. That was it.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Well, they led for a half inning today. They led 1-0 in the top of the 3rd. Braves scored 3 in their half, 2 here in the 4th, and still batting with nobody out. And Brzezinski might need a new mitt by the time this game's over.
Well, Bogaerts just came in and slapped his glove looking at Baden-Hop like make him put the ball in play. Let us help you. 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Everybody's a little bit on their heels, like you suggested earlier.
And it is hit to the shortstop. Bogaerts will fire to first in time. There's the first out of the inning. And Andrelton Simmons is the batter. So Chris can't bring home Freeman from 3rd. Let's see if Simmons can.
Funny how things work out when you had the Tigers go in there and sweep the Red Sox. They had problems getting out of Boston. It was Sunday late game. They had to fly to Cleveland the next day and didn't get to Cleveland until 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock before the game. And you know, at the time you're like, no big deal. The Tigers have struggled ever since then, getting kind of beat up. They got swept by Cleveland, and then Texas took the series. So 2 teams that have played each other in the playoffs and high expectations. Of course, Detroit's still in first place, but Boston has been falling ever since.
1 ball, no strikes. And down and away.
I felt bad for Cincinnati. They got beat last night by the Cardinals in the Sunday night game. A late start, and had to fly to Los Angeles and play tonight.
I'm feeling bad for my hot dog. I had started this inning cooking a hot dog, and it's like I got to get it recooked.
They put that baby back on the roller.
Man, gosh, it's been a long one.
2-0. Hot shot, base hit left field. That'll score Freeman. Here comes Upton to 3rd. He'll stop there. And Andrelton Simmons with an RBI single. And that will be the final run charge to Buchholz.
Good controlled swing here too. Didn't try to overdo it. Nice turn on a pitch up and in.
So close the book on Buchholz. 3+ innings, 4 hits, 6 runs, 8 walks. And for the 5th time in his 10 starts, he pitches fewer than 5 innings. 6-1 Atlanta.
4 of the 6 runs were on base from walks.
1st and 3rd for Pena. And Pena apparently was hit by that batted ball in fair territory, and he will be called out. And Freddie Gonzalez will come out and get an explanation.
Yeah, but you know what? I think this might have hit Ramiro's bat twice before it hit him. I'm curious because I thought I heard sound of it going down to the ground, come back up, hit him, go out in fair territory, and then it hit him. Right there. Was he out of the box? Yes, he was. Looks like a good call.
So that putout will be credited to the man closest to him, Krzyzewski. And runners hold at 1st and 3rd now with 2 men out. Gerald Laird, the hitter, he's walked and reached on an infield hit. And he also has an RBI. Slow roller. Baden-Hop with a bare hand, loads up, fires high to first, and in time. David Ortiz was there And that will end the Atlanta fourth inning. 3 more runs come across. RBI hits by B.J. Upton, Justin Upton, and Andrelton Simmons to extend the Atlanta lead. It is 3 o'clock here in Atlanta and all across Major League Baseball at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. We will have a national moment of remembrance in honor and observation of our fallen heroes.
On this day, for one brief moment, hear the silence in the air. Think of those once there beside us, now no longer there. Make us humble, make us knowing and accepting what is done on this day for all of heaven. Make this
Thank you.
Good day for Atlanta pitching, not so for Boston, as a couple of Braves pitchers getting beat up. But Ervin Santana has done a nice job for the Braves. I talked to Gerald Laird before the game about Ervin and what he would try to establish with him, and he said he got to establish the fastball. He's a power guy with good off-speed stuff. We want to establish him in the zone, go inside and out, and then see some guys swing and miss on the breaking stuff. So far, 36 fastballs for Santana, 15 sliders, 10 changeups. Looking good so far, wouldn't you say?
And 5 strikeouts.
Yes.
So, yes, much improved start for Ervin Santana after 2 rough ones back-to-back for the Braves. And now he's got some breathing room, fellas, up 6-1. And bottom part of the Red Sox order up in inning number 6. Excuse me, inning number 5 for the Braves right-hander.
Feels like the 6th.
Red Sox games always do, don't they?
That hot dog looked like it was shriveled up.
Had no shot against you.
Anderson to his left. He got Sizemore. And there's out number 1.
Real quick on Grady Sizemore. This all started in 2009. He had surgery for inflammation on his left elbow that knocked him out. Then he had to have surgery to correct an instability in his lower left abdominal. 2010, he had an irritation with his knee. Eventually had to have microfracture surgery on his left knee. That was 2010. 2011 on the DL a couple more times, and more surgeries for sports hernia, and had microsurgery on his left knee. 2012 lower back surgery, injured himself working out during the off season, and then 2013 missed the whole year because more microfracture surgery on his knee. Those are serious, and you got to have a lot of stick with it to come back after sitting out as long as he's had to.
And isn't that the cruelest thing about this game? No matter how much talent you have, if the injury bug bites you and keeps biting you, there's nothing you can do about it. Because that's the way he played. I mean, he was not afraid to slam into walls, dive for baseballs in center field with the Indians.
He's one of the best players in the game before those injuries.
Jackie Bradley Jr. skies one on a play to the right side. He's now got a 2-ball, 2-strike count. He knocked in the lone Boston run on a 3rd inning sacrifice fly. And a swing and a miss. Bradley's down on strikes. That's 6 for Santana. And 2 are out. And now Daniel Nava will come out and pinch hit.
Well, I would anticipate that Clay Buchholz, speaking of the DL, is probably headed, or I would anticipate he's headed to the DL. I don't know how many times you can run a guy out there like that, and certainly try to figure it out in game action, but that was tough to watch. Santana is benefiting.
Second big league stint for Daniel Nava. Appeared in 17 games for the Red Sox before being sent to Pawtucket April 22nd.
And he has really scuffled. Guy who's kind of a self-made player, signed out of an independent league, became a fan favorite in Boston, but this year 10 for 73, a 137 average.
After hitting .303 last year and 458 at bats for the Red Sox, hit 12 homers. One ball, 2 strikes for the switch hitting Daniel Nava. Foul back. Joe mentioned the independent leagues. He was undrafted, was purchased from the Chico Outlaws of the Golden Baseball League in 2008.
I'd like to see Urban get a quick out, get this half inning over with. There's some dark clouds hover.
Nava became a quick fan favorite as you see Capuano up again. 2010, first pitch he saw in the major leagues, he hit for a grand slam.
That's breaking in with a bang.
Yeah. Against the Phillies and Joe Blanton, June 12th, 2010. And now he's worked a full count.
Yeah, it rarely happens where a hitter's first at bat gets to do that. I remember Joey Devine, that incredible stretch where his first 2 home runs I think he had given up were grand slams as a reliever. NC State, right?
Yes, State. That's correct. Speaking of that, the NCAA tournament is cranking up in terms of the regionals. They've been announced, and to my surprise, I didn't realize that Kennesaw State here in the metro area had moved up to D1, and they have been selected to go to the regionals.
Oh, great. Three balls, two strikes for Daniel Nava. And he walks. Second walk for Irvin.
That's a bad walk.
And he'll go after Brock Holt. Holt is 0 for 2.
Both these teams were probably hoping that the starting times of Monday and Tuesday were reversed. Got a night game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Getting in late in Boston, but both teams will be at the same point. It's not like one has the advantage. They both have to be dealing with about a 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
I'm just curious, if we take off within 10 minutes of each other here in Atlanta, which flight do you think will get clearance to land in Boston first?
Say Boston, I guess.
Not if they lose 2 here.
Yep.
Clearance.
Good point. Foul ball, but and out of play.
Red Sox, you are clear to continue flying on to Nova Scotia. No, Holiday day game. That made sense, and these fans certainly have turned out in huge numbers today. But I agree with you, John. Day game tomorrow would be nice too.
Ball 2 for Brock Holt. And the travel for the Braves doesn't get any easier after tomorrow night. Play a couple of night games in Boston, then we've got to fly from Boston all the way down to Miami.
Yeah, but that's just a quick hop and a jump. Oh wait, that's about a 3.5.
You're welcome to join us.
I would. I really would. I enjoy every chance I get to join you guys, but prior commitments.
I don't know. You'll be missing out on a nice meal. Matt Coney's got it all ready for the charter. And I know you're one of his favorites. He's always bringing you extra stuff.
That's because I gave him golf tips.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's hammered down the right field line. That's trouble. That'll bounce around in the corner. Nava around second on his way to third. Brock Holt has doubled with 2 outs. Now the Red Sox are threatening. Xander Bogaerts will hit with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 men out.
Like I said, that was a bad walk. With 2 outs, guy hitting a .137, make him put it in play. This guy's now hitting 7 straight games and got a real good changeup to pick on. Good from a hitter's standpoint.
You know, as a pitcher, you can't control what the other side does and the time they take. You just got to stay as mentally locked in as long as you can. And these type of games can get loose on you. And I'm not trying to make an excuse for any pitcher, but having gone through it a few times, you have to remind yourself, hey, I want the break. You know, 30-minute inning, 20-minute inning, that means we're going to get some runs. But on the flip side, you got to be aggressive and go back out there. And like you said, 2 outs, just be firm with your pitches.
Well, the wind has really shifted. It's blowing straight in now as Xander Bogaerts bats and takes a called strike.
And so far, we've been lucky and dodged a few showers that pop up.
There's a big sequence in the ball game. You've got Pedroia next. And the Red Sox down 6-1. Heaviest workload per inning for Santana here in the 5th.
And he's up to 85 pitches.
He retired the first 6 in the game. He's not had an easy frame since. Dangerous pitch. 3 balls and a strike.
One thing that's surprised me about the Red Sox offense, I guess it goes hand in hand with their struggling, is traditionally they make a pitcher work. We talk about how they see a lot of pitches, but when they have the count in their favor, meaning they're ahead, they're only 27th in baseball on average. They've had one of the lower averages at 261. That typically works the other way.
Full count pitch. And Bogarts draws a walk, and he claps his hands together as Pedroia stands in with the bases loaded. This began with a walk to Daniel Nava with 2 outs. And now Roger McDowell will pay his first visit.
In this situation, again, you should just remind your pitcher to get back to the basics, stay on your pitches, throw them with conviction. Basically just trying to get the Santana to reset his brain here real quick and not focus on the last 3 hitters.
And your point, John, about how patient the Red Sox are. Only one major league team sees more pitches per plate appearance than Boston. That's the Twins. And Santana's pushing toward 30 pitches in this inning. And now he's got to get after Pedroia with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and a 6-1 lead.
Luis Avilan up in the Atlanta bullpen in case Ortiz makes it to the plate.
And a strike. Pedroia is a tough out. He's an even tougher out against National League pitching. A .333 interleague average. And he's up in a big spot for Boston here. He is struck out and grounded out. And he fouls one off his body. Ortiz did that earlier today.
Some guys you just don't see the ball come out of the pitcher's hand. This one he fouls off his foot.
And he's got a little shin guard on too.
He has not had much success against Santana in his career, which is unusual. 185.
Bases loaded, but 2 outs. And Pedroia down 0-2. Line drive left, up there. Can't get there. Put it on a short hop. And Boston will score 2. On an 0-2 pitch, Pedroia singles to left. That scores Nava and Holt. And the Red Sox are right back in this game.
One of the toughest outs in baseball with runners in scoring position, and even on an 0-2 count and a sore foot, well, they got a misplaced high fastball. You said earlier, John, he's a good high fastball hitter.
One of the best for his size, and he don't miss many of them.
The Boston Red Sox have the most 2-strike hits in the American League. And Pedroia with a big one there makes it a 6-3 score.
Started with a 2-out walk for the pinch hitter, hitting 137.
Now Ortiz drives one left center. Upton back. That ball is going to carry out of here. Unbelievable.
Just another hanger. The ball did not have any tilt to it whatsoever. And even with the wind shifting, they would hit it to left center. Irvin Santana's leading off next inning. I'm sure Freddie wants to desperately get an out and then pinch hit. But in the meantime, a tie game, a 5 spot.
And now I think we are seeing evidence of why Yunel Escobar stole a base in Tampa Bay yesterday. A big lead, a 5-run lead, and that led to the Boston bench taking exception. And a benches clearing incident at the Trop. Maybe that's fired him up. If it didn't, the Pedroia hit and the Ortiz bomb certainly will. 6-6 in the 5th. That is a fair ball, and Freeman's got it, and that will retire the side. Joe called it, and he's right. A bad walk led to a big inning for Boston. 5 runs in the 5th, and the game's tied.
Georgia Power, The Home Depot, and Zaxby's Indescribably Good.
Memorial Day in Atlanta, 6-6. Boston with a 5-run 5th. All of that damage coming after 2 men were out. As always at Turner Field on special days at the ballpark, we salute our hometown hero, and today it's specialist David Rock. And on top of the Braves dugout, it's VFA 143, the U.S. Navy Strike Fighter Squadron from Oceana Naval Base in Virginia. I believe those were the gentlemen who gave us the pregame flyover today.
Where'd they park the planes?
Hopefully not in yours or my space.
It's always cool to watch planes like that come flying over the stadium.
Yeah, if we were in Washington, we would have been able to look down on them.
It's true.
As they, that's right, fly under.
So the Braves have to tighten up the chin strap and get after it now. Bottom of the 5th inning, Tyler Pasternack is going to pinch hit for Santana.
Chris Capuano's come in. He's third base side of the rubber. Funky mechanics. Good curveball, slow break. Just saw. Works on deception. Changeup has also a very good pitch.
Those numbers accumulated mostly as a starter against Atlanta.
Another very, very deliberate pitcher. So 2 of the most deliberate pitchers on one staff. That's some kind of hook to be spitting the buckles.
I'll say. You know what? He didn't give up any more runs than Irvin Santana.
No balls, 2 strikes for Tyler Pastornicky. And that just missed inside. You know, 3 Braves in particular are looking very closely at what Chris Capuano does. Johnny Venters, Brandon Beachy, and Chris Medlin. Capuano has come back from 2 Tommy Johns. And Tyler flips the bat and stays alive.
He has persevered, as we're now seeing more and more of those repeat surgeries than ever before. One used to be the gauge of success. Now, because they're having them younger and younger, we're dealing with more and multiple type surgeries.
After yours, did you ever have any more elbow issues?
Never did. When I went to the pen, though, I had a tendonitis problem that was kept reoccurring, so I had some elbow surgery in the off season, and they found out I had a hole in my tendon, which is not something much they can do with other than slice it, scar it down, and never had an issue with it again. But never had a problem with the ligament.
That one got away from Pierzynski. Tyler will sprint toward first, and he will beat the play.
Swung at the one hopper and caught a break that Pierzynski couldn't keep it in front of him.
It's a strikeout and a wild pitch that puts Pastornicky at first base here in the 5th. So here's Jason. Fourth time he's up there today, but the first time he hasn't let off an inning. He's walked 3 times today and has scored twice. Little pop toward Holt at third, and the wind's going to push that into foul ground, and he makes the play. Hayward's retired, and that's out number 1 in the home 5th.
Capuano could be real tough on left-handers. Got that kind of low 3/4. Strides out, looks like he's coming at the left-hander.
His best year came as a Brewer in 2005. Chris won 18 games in Milwaukee that year. First of 2 back-to-back seasons of over 200 innings pitched. Then the arm troubles crept in. After the Brewers, he went to the Mets, and the last 2 years with the Dodgers.
He doesn't have the smoothest of mechanics. You never know what is going to determine the fate of a pitcher, as far as when do mechanics give out, or when do the stresses of the mechanics put undue stress on ligaments and so on and so forth. But it's been funky as a left-hander to be able to navigate through a lineup, both as a starter and now out of the pen. He gives the Red Sox flexibility for some length, although we're in the National League, so that length isn't as apparent as in the American League.
Fly ball, shallow center. Bradley is going to get there, and with a leap, he's there to make the catch. And Upton's retired, 2 down.
Well, you've seen it so many times, Joe, in baseball. You never want to wake up a team when you got a 6-1 lead, and certainly they start thinking the same way they've been thinking. They got 10 straight losses. Here comes another one, and then bam, 2 outs, walk, 5 runs. And you certainly don't want to wake them up by allowing them to snap a losing streak with this kind of victory or this kind of comeback.
That's why I said it was such a bad walk. Nobody expected it to turn into a 5-run inning with 2 out, nobody on. But just the fact that it was a pinch hitter and a guy who's had a real struggle this year, you just and I was serious. I mean, I thought there were some threatening skies, there still are, that you wanted to get the top of the 5th inning in to make it an official contest, leading at that point 6-1, make him put it in play.
Popped up. Let's see what the wind does with this one. Bogarts and Holt. Holt in foul ground. Makes a roundabout route, and he makes the grab as well. Nothing doing in the Braves' 5th. Boston's up in the 6th. We're tied 6 apiece. It's game 1 of 2 here in Atlanta between the Braves and the Red Sox. We'll also welcome the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim to town June 13th through the 15th. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols will face off against Freddie Freeman and the Braves. Get your tickets today at braves.com/tickets. Don't count out the Halos in the AL West. They're a game and a half behind Oakland. Now Alex Wood steps in for Irvin Santana. He'll start the top of the 6th. The sky is not looking real good.
Pop-up showers here and there.
Times like this, as Johnny Gomes hits, Gabbard always asks, if you're in the suburbs, let us know, are your cows standing up or lying down? If they're lying down, it means it's rain. There's a good pitch.
Alex last pitched 4 days ago and got a win against Milwaukee. An inning, a hit, and a strikeout. Wind has shifted again, blowing out across toward right, and I mean whipping Old Glory.
Well, it's going to rain. It's just not hopefully very long. Just might miss this one too. We missed one earlier.
1-2. And downstairs.
I don't know that the rain has started, but a lot of fans are getting a head start on some cover. Oh, mercy, that was a good hook.
Tried to backdoor this pitch, and I thought he did. And so did the strike zone.
A leadoff walk to Gomes. This game has turned into Walkapalooza. That's 4 issued by the Braves. The Red Sox have walked 8. First by Wood. Here's Sizemore. He tripled and scored the first Boston run on a sacrifice fly in the 3rd inning. Sizemore had a couple of doubles yesterday in Tampa Bay. So his last 3 hits have gone for extras. His triple was to straightaway center and appeared to have fooled P.J. Upton.
I'll tell you, for those of you that don't know how difficult it is for Alex Wood, even though he's had some experience, David Hale, to be on a 5-day rotation and thrown in the bullpen. Not that easy.
Simmons to the bag and to first. A double play.
That's why when you look at the Braves and the staff, for these guys to come in here and pitch effectively, I think Alex Wood's luck's going to turn around. He'll get more wins out of the pen than he got while he was starting.
That was the case on May 22nd against Milwaukee. Wood came in relief of Aaron Harang and Ian Thomas through an inning, gave up a hit and picked up the win. And Jackie Bradley now the hitter. He's got an even count.
We were talking about the NCAA regionals cranking up. This guy was the most outstanding player in the College World Series in 2010 for South Carolina when they won it. And he was a supplemental pick by the Red Sox the following draft.
Bradley is down on strikes, and Alex Wood has an uneventful top of the 6th inning. Justin Upton leads off for Atlanta under threatening skies at Turner Field.
Warriors. An avid baseball player growing up, Levon Ritter returned from his second tour in Iraq with post-traumatic stress disorder. To help cope with his disease, Levon turned to the game he loved, playing softball up until his death following a motorcycle accident. To honor his memory, Levon's friends organized an annual softball tournament in Texas that benefits military families in need. Fox Sports honors Sergeant Levon Ritter.
And we remember all of our fallen military veterans on this Memorial Day 2014 as we welcome you back to Atlanta. You see Ed Mangan and the Braves ground crew have gotten the tarp on the infield. Very light rain has started to fall here, and hardly a drop had fallen before the umpires and Ed Mangan said, hey, we got to stop this thing before the downpour gets to the downtown ballpark. And here we stand at a 6-6 tie in the 6th inning of play. That's our Georgia Power game summary.
Braves had it. Looked like they're going to coast to the first game win in this series, but the Red Sox had other ideas. They let a 2-out walk lead to 5 runs in the 5th inning to tie it up.
So for this Boston Ball Club, John, that has a 10-game losing streak, to see what Pedroia and Ortiz did has to give them an awful lot of life too.
Yeah, and we said they're finding ways to lose games, so as a team you want to put them in position to maybe feel that, and unfortunately they were in that position if you're a Braves fan, and then they tied it right back up. And the technology that we have today says it's going to rain, so they covered the field and they won't lose much time on the flip side when they uncover the field. But for the Braves, you got to find a way to win this and keep Boston reeling.
Do you guys feel the same way I do about David Ortiz and the fact that there's a lot made historically about the fact that Babe Ruth was with the Red Sox and was sold to the Yankees to help finance a Broadway show, No No Nanette. He's almost a modern day resurgent Babe Ruth for the Boston Red Sox. He's got the big body. He's bigger than life to all the Boston fans, and he just time after time comes through with big hits.
He is one of our game's best superstars. When you think about everything that he has done for not only his organization, but he loves the game. He has fun. He's always got a smile for the most part. This 10-game losing streak, there won't be too many smiles, but he does. He is one of the revered players that people looked at and say, you know what, that's a superstar that enjoys playing the game.
I'll remember forever what David Ortiz said the first game back at Fenway Park after the horrific Boston Marathon bombings. While you may not have liked his choice of words and his language, his message was unmistakable that Boston is our town. And not only did the city of Boston, but all the professional sports teams and the Red Sox in particular really rallied around that message. And I think that was an inspirational way of David Ortiz certainly verbalizing his leadership skills for this Red Sox franchise.
Pedroia is one thing. When he comes up, you know he's tough in the clutch, but I just hate seeing David Ortiz come up with guys on base.
Yeah, well, what he did in the World Series was unreal.
Well, hopefully we won't see him in that situation the rest of this series here in Atlanta, which is delayed at the moment by rain. Very light raindrops at the ballpark, but the threat is imminent, so the infield covered up. And we're going to send it to our Fox Sports salute to the troops. We'll update you on the weather situation in about 15 minutes. Braves and Red Sox, game 1, tied here in the 6th. Welcome back to Atlanta, where the Braves are set to go to work in the home half of the 6th inning. Santana and Buchholz are long gone, and Justin Upton leads things off for the Braves as the Bo Sox go deeper into their bullpen.
And you see the numbers there. Once a closer for the Cardinals has struggled a little bit here with the Red Sox, looking to try and get him back on track. Lower 3/4 delivery, split action, and a slider you just saw right there.
And he's been pitching a lot. He pitched an inning and a third yesterday at Tampa, and he's been in 5 of their last 9 games, 6 of their last 11.
Justin Upton with a pair of doubles and 3 RBIs so far today. Didn't get the sweeping slider. It's a 2-ball 1-strike count. Hour and 27-minute rain delay officially. And as we look off to our left, the sky's clearing. It's going to be a beautiful finish for the opener of the series with the Red Sox today. Three balls and a strike. If you're just joining us, Boston scored the first run of the game in the 3rd inning. Grady Sizemore tripled and came home on a sac fly. Atlanta scored 3 times in the 3rd inning. They cashed in 2 of 3 walks from Clay Buchholz in that inning. And Upton took a pitch off the plate by an eyelash for a leadoff walk, and that's been the story of the game.
Hey, a walk.
Yeah, who would have thunk?
I mean, is that the first one of the game, John?
I think it is. I think so.
Of this part of the game?
Of this part of the game that we restarted.
I see.
Well, when you're on the other side, you certainly are trying to figure out why that's not called a strike. Your pitcher that started it all did not give you the benefit of the doubt because he just didn't throw enough of them. So when you look up, you see all those walks, you start to go right to the umpire, and that's not the case for most of them.
Buchholz walked 8. That's right, he walked 8 men in 3+ innings for Boston. So Chris Johnson, the batter, and he takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. John Tum Payne is the home plate umpire. Braves were cruising merrily along, 6-1 leading in the 5th, when a seemingly innocent walk with 2 outs to Daniel Nava led to a double, a walk, a single by Pedroia, and then a 3-run homer by Big Papi. And just like that, it was 6-6, and that's where we stand now. Slow roller out toward Bogarts at short. Second for 1. Pedroia the turn, and he got taken out on a hard slide. But 2 are out.
Nobody stays in there much better than Pedroia does. He just is one of those guys everybody wants on his team because he does all the little things and, of course, loves playing the game. Recently shaving off his facial hair to try and change things. The irony behind that, because everybody last year had facial hair.
Good hard clean slide by Justin.
So Chris Johnson doubled up for the 10th time this year, and the bases are clear for Andrelton Simmons, who had an RBI hit last time up, and he's going to hit a slow roller to first and Mojica to the bag, and the Braves are done in the 6th inning. 9-1-2 up for the Bo Sox as we head to the 7th. Coming up for the Red Sox in our tie game at 6. The Braves go to their bullpen, and it's left-hander Ian Thomas now.
Ian had gone 6 days without pitching before his last time out, and that was against the Brewers. 2/3 of an inning, a walk and a strikeout. So he's had some rest before this one too. There's his numbers for the year.
And the first man he'll face is Ryan Lavarnway. He'll bat for Mujica.
For the Red Sox, they're probably tired of playing extra inning games and bullpen being worked. Based on the formula, of course, the rain delay cut Chris Capuano's stay short. Now the pinch hitters, so they're going to have a run or two soon and go to their formula for success, and that's one of the better closers in the game from last year, Yui Hart.
Lavarnway called up from Pawtucket. He's a catcher, first baseman. 2 homers, 11 RBIs in 44 games, and a .265 AAA average.
Well, just about all the huge crowd has stuck around too after that hour and 26-minute rain delay, and still active. Red Sox fans cheering and Braves fans booing the Red Sox fans.
Yes, he did.
That was old Balkaday Bob down there at first today. I didn't realize that.
Yep.
First time we've seen Mr. Davidson this year.
Lavarnway from Yale. He was a philosophy major.
Why?
Probably pretty good at the crosswords too, I would take. Did you ever do crosswords, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah. That's something we do not have in common.
I got stuck on one deal, a 4-letter word for housing for college students.
To first, and Freeman will take it to the bag himself. There's out number 1.
Darn.
That must have been in the Boston Globe. 1 out. Lavarnway is retired, and we go back to the top of the order. Here's Brock Holt. You know, in this game we always compare player A to player B. I think Red Sox have 2 of the same kind of player, Brock Holt and Dustin Pedroia. Similar energy, similar stature. Obviously Pedroia the much stronger baseball pedigree at this point. But you guys said earlier this guy's given the Red Sox some energy, some life. And today he's had a good run. Freeman. Thomas didn't get to the bag.
Your point made right there, Chip.
That's an infield hit for Holt.
Well, a left-hander's going to have, especially when he falls over and doesn't react quick enough. That's got to be his line from the mound to first base is quicker than the batter from home to first base, and he just flat out didn't get there.
He wasn't going flat out when he first took off either. I don't know why.
Well, you can never assume that your first baseman's going to go to the bag by himself, and especially you got to know the hitter is fast enough that if you don't bust it right away. Now the disadvantage for a left-hander is he falls away from first base, so his first move's got to spin and go, and the angles work in your favor if you don't hesitate.
Xander Bogaerts is the Boston hitter. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Another factor too, let's not forget, before a pitch was thrown today, Freddie Freeman was banged up. Remember, while the Braves were taking their warm-up tosses, Hamilton Simmons uncorked a low throw that caught Freeman right in the ankle. He was hobbling. So don't know how mobile Freddie Freeman is. What a costly miscue. Puts the go-ahead runner aboard for Boston. And Bogaerts takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, there's many of these plays that you have, especially as a starting pitcher. If you're going to run over there, I used to tell, I don't know if it was Greg Maddux or whoever, if I'm running over there, you throw me the ball. don't be, you know, and more times than not, that's what you're trained to do. You just, once you release the ball, you've got to be ready to run or be ready to cover first base, especially when it's hit to first. Early days of Adam LaRoche, my good buddy, pal. He's trying to come back from injury, but I had pulled my hamstring in the Chicago Cubs game, and I told him, you have to get to the bag on everything. Cannot run to first. You got it? He said yes.
Didn't do any good, did it?
5 feet off the bag, ground ball to first. We got a big lead. And he's got his hand out ready to throw. And I tried to run. It was like pulling a tractor pull. I had no chance, and of course dropped it at first. We didn't go on to win that game, which was a shame, but just felt like telling that story, Chip.
Not that you're bitter about it or anything.
Oh, Roche was a classic, fun teammate that every once in a while you get a little frustrated with his forgetfulness. Let's put it that way.
Red Sox don't run a lot. Got a left-hander on the mound here. And got a full count to Xander Bogaerts. Holta short lead at first. Not going. And a wild pitch. 4-ball-4.
That go through the screen?
Wow.
It's not often that a pitcher throws one all the way to the SunTrust Club, but I think that one may have made it. Well, that security person was out of the line of fire there. Well, another walk.
Yeah. 2 on 1 out, and now you got to face Pedroia. David Ortiz has the big blow, but I think Pedroia might have had the biggest hit. An 0-2 pitch that he rifled for a 2-run scoring single back in inning number 5.
Yeah, no doubt, and a big good and a really good take by Bogaerts leading up to that on a 3-2 pitch, I believe, when he draw the walk.
Laird can't corral that one.
That was a cross-up, I believe.
Let's just say this is an interesting inning for Ian Thomas.
It wasn't a cross-up. It sure looked like it when you see what a catcher's looking for. No, it was. He just missed it. It was not a cross-up.
No, that's probably a pass ball, even as bad as it looked from the pitcher's standpoint.
So who would have thought that the Braves would be playing the infield in this game? They led 6-1. It's now 6-6, and the Red Sox have runners second and third after the wild pitch. Nation is making itself heard in Atlanta. 3 balls, no strikes, and David Ortiz waits on deck.
And Ian Thomas is all over the place.
Well, the scoreboard reads 6 runs, 6 hits for each, but it really doesn't tell the story. The Braves have had many more opportunities with their 8 walks. The Red Sox have had a few walks, but a lot of opportunities to have more than 6 runs as well.
Braves have left 9 on.
Infield hit and back-to-back walks. A wild pitch thrown in as well. Roger McDowell will have to go calm down Thomas because Big Poppy's striding to the plate.
Well, this is going to be the guessing game for the most part when you think about the bases loaded. Left on left. Big Poppy doesn't swing at a lot of first pitches. But when he does damage at a 529 clip, 9 hits.
He's also a double play candidate if you can get him to hit it on the ground, but he did not do that in the 5th inning.
Wind was blowing in, and he still launched this ball to left center for a 3-run jack. That was on the 2nd pitch of the at-bat against Santana. It tied the game. Now the Red Sox have him loaded with 1 out.
Never assume he's taken. You got to make your best pitch right here, assuming he's swinging.
He was, and it's foul.
You know, the Red Sox, as we documented, they are a patient team, but later in the game they'll pick their spots to look for the best opportunistic time to swing at the first pitch, and that was one of them.
I think one of you said with men on base especially. That was the case in the 3rd. 3-pitch at bat for Pedroia, a 2-pitch at bat for Ortiz, and they drove in 5 runs. Fastball low, evens the count.
Yeah, I hate seeing him come up in these situations.
You mentioned the hope of a ground ball. And a surprising stat, Ortiz only has hit in 2 double plays all year.
Is that right?
Yeah. This is his 178th at bat.
Fly ball guy who's trying to lift everything.
Two balls and a strike. A.J. Pierzynski's on deck.
Can't walk him, and you can't throw one down the middle.
And Ortiz fouled it off.
Well, this would be the gutsy pitch for the kid who's been working on his slider. It really screams for a 3-2 slider if he could throw it. But it's not exactly the pitch that he has the most confidence, I'm sure, in. This situation here, you got to still understand that 1 run is a lot better than 2 or 3 or 4.
Already the 8th full count of the day for Atlanta.
High fly ball to right. It's playable for Hayward. Jason makes the grab. Tagging from 3rd is Holt, and he will score the go-ahead run for Boston on a sacrifice fly from David Ortiz. So the miscommunication at first base costs Atlanta a 7th run. Bogarts tagged and moved to 3rd. Pedroia is still at 1st, and now there are 2 down.
Rest assured, the guy that's at the plate now will swing at the first pitch.
Yeah.
Almost guaranteed. If it's anywhere close, he likes to go after the first pitch. 364 on the first pitches. Didn't throw it anywhere close for him to go after it.
So Boston's come back from a 6-1 deficit. They've scored 6 unanswered runs. Brzezinski can hang in there against lefties. He hit a homer Saturday off David Price. Another lefty up and throwing for the Braves, Luis Avilan. 2 balls, no strikes for A.J. Brzezinski. A.J. didn't like that.
This game is not going to be on anybody's video library. I can promise you that. This has been a rough game for both sides on how to create something when nothing is there. They have found ways to really, it seems innocent too, like an innocent thing here, an innocent, and then it explodes. In this case, only 1 run, but the only thing missing really has been errors. Otherwise, this has been a game that's played not very tight.
A full count pitch. Broken bat, bouncy ball up the middle. It's a base hit. Another run is in. Pedroia on his way to third. Big turn by Brzezinski. He'll stop at first. '18th RBI for Brzezinski in his last 22 starts.
9th full count. 3-2 pitch, no stride. Broke his bat, splintered it, but he got a pretty good pitch to hit and hit it in a good spot.
So Ian Thomas had a rough 7th inning for Atlanta. 2 hits, 2 walks, and a mistake covering the bag at first, and the Red Sox now lead 8-6. All year long, Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. Long inning continues for the Red Sox offense. The Braves go to the bullpen again. It's left-hander Luis Avilan on for his 24th appearance.
He pitched yesterday against Colorado. An inning. Perfect across with a strikeout. ERA now down under 4.
So Gomes and the Red Sox waiting for the national broadcast to return from commercial. And now we're ready to go. First and third, 2 outs, 2 in for Boston. And a high fastball at 96. 1-0 your count. Gomes is 0 for 2 with a walk.
Gomes at a 286 clip off the lefties, but the guy on deck struggles against left-handers this year. 147 average. Sizemore. It's rare you see 3 straight lefties coming out of the pen. That's what's happened today. One with the rain delay and Alex Wood.
That was not a happy face. Braves led this one 6-1. It's 8-6 Boston now. As Gomes didn't get it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And will have the bottom part of its order coming up in the home 7th inning. Pena, Laird, and then the pitcher spot.
That's what makes sports so amazing. I mean, people sit at home and they go, how can an NBA team blow an 18-point lead and come back and lose? How can an NFL or you name the sport? And it just happens. You can almost sometimes predict it, as we cautionally said, that 2-out walk becomes a psychological bad thing, but still the pitcher's job is to correct that, stop that bleeding, so that you don't end up talking about it, because the first thing they're going to talk about, regardless of the outcome, is, man, that 2-out walk and then floodgates.
Gomes walks.
That was not necessarily a bad walk. He had a base open. It just happened to be second base. As John said, Sizemore struggled against lefties, and this is a better matchup. But that was the 4th full count this inning for Atlanta pitching.
Sizemore's tripled and scored. He's hitting to a double play, and he's also grounded out to short. Bases loaded again for Boston. Swing and miss.
Braves obviously still have time to come back and win this game, but when you're in this kind of situation, the teams that are behind you lose or have been losing, and you don't get big enough lead that you should have in the standings, those things come back as well.
Speaking of the teams chasing the Braves, Miami's in Washington today, and the Marlins were winners. They beat the Nationals 3-2. For the 26th time this year, the Nationals have scored fewer than 4 runs. Broken back. And on a hop, the peg to first is close and in time. Pena played the bounce, and it nearly cost him as Sizemore hustled down the line. Boston sent 8 men to the plate in the 7th inning. They scored 2 times on 3 walks, 2 hits, and a miscommunication on a coverage play at first base. So the Red Sox now lead by an 8-6 score. Let's join Timothy Miller for God Bless America, a day game tradition here at Turner Field, and on this day, a most special one on Memorial Day 2014.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night. the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
Field. We are also honoring the veterans on Memorial Day, and I happen to have one right beside me, Andrew Smith, his lovely wife Tori. And Andrew, I know you guys are huge Braves fans. Let me tell you, the Braves are kind of becoming huge fans of you. Andrew lost both of his legs on his first patrol in Afghanistan. This is your first visit back since you were injured, right? Pretty special one?
Pretty special. Over 2 years ago, I was injured, and I was up in Washington for 20 months with Tori, and this is our first game back in Atlanta.
And it wasn't like you're just sitting here in the stands. You got to do a lot before the game, right?
Yeah, we got to go in the dugout. Me and my brother went into the locker room and hung out. It was awesome.
Well, I know the Braves were a big motivational factor for you as you were getting back. It couldn't have been an easy process.
No, it was about 18 months of rehab and a lot of setbacks with Tori right there encouraging me along. And just being able to see the Braves when we were up in Washington was a huge encouragement.
You know they're going to be pulling for a win. I want to tell you guys about the nonprofit they started, honoringthesacrifice.org. Make sure you check that out to help other wounded warriors get back in. Thank you so much for your sacrifice.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Jen. What a lovely couple. And welcome home. Ramiro Pena leads off for the Braves in the 7th. Junichi Tazawa is the Red Sox reliever in a high fly to right. Gomes hardly had to move. He'll catch that for out number 1.
Tazawa, you see the pause in the delivery, good balance. He's got some gears on his fastball. You see the numbers on the year, 1-0. But he has a great split, finger pitch, and of course he's got a slider. But that fastball can go anywhere from 88 to 96 and 95 at times, and a curveball that's straight down, 12-6 curveball.
Tazawa's given up 1 earned run in his last 8 games. They'll try to hold the Braves down here in the 7th, leading 8-6 on the Red Sox. Gerald Laird, the hitter. Not only, John, does he have a pause, he's got a little hitch in that delivery too, almost like looks like he's jumping at the hitter before he lets it loose.
Yeah, we've seen these type of pitchers come over here, and of course he's primarily out of the stretch, so there's not the deception out of the windup, but there is still some pause and deception, and almost as if he jumps towards the hitter, if you will. But the combination
when he jumps and throws that off-speed pitch makes it even more effective.
Yeah, the combination of pitches he has really has great separation between the fastball and his off-speed. This, of course, looks like it's going to be a fastball, and then that break on that curveball and the change of speeds gives him a great weapon.
Slow roller toward Holtz at third. That's a foul ball. It's a foul ball. The home plate umpire, John Tumpane, called foul ball. Freddie Gonzalez went out to first, and Bob Davidson to argue the call. And until the ball gets to the third base bag, that call is by the home plate umpire.
Tumpane got out there as fast as he could to get near the line to see where he was going to catch the ball. Brzezinski got in his way a little bit, but pretty obvious there that Holt caught the ball in foul territory.
So Laird has to protect the plate, down 2 strikes. In the air to center, and Bradley is there. He makes the catch. And there's the second out.
Talking earlier, it was a race to see who had the lead after 6 innings, because successfully each team has done a nice job with their bullpens when they have the lead. Unfortunately, Boston has gotten that lead, and if it holds to form, they've been pretty good at protecting it after 6.
So Luis Avila will be taken down after a third of an inning, and Ryan Dobit grabs a bat. Well, Ryan's had some big pinch hits for the Braves over the last week plus. See if he can keep the 7th alive with Hayward on deck. David Carpenter is up in the Braves pen. And a swing and a miss. 1, 2, 3, 4 Tazawa. We have not had many of those frames in the game. And Boston still leads by 2. big crowd on hand today. Hope we'll see a big crowd tomorrow night. And when the Angels come to town, June 13th through the 15th. Get your tickets today at Braves.com/tickets. Albert Pujols and Mike Trout are coming to town to take on the Braves. New pitcher out there for Atlanta, right-hander David Carpenter. He'll start the inning with Jackie Bradley Jr., who skies one to the screen foul.
David's had a couple of days rest. He pitched in the last game of the Brewers series, first game of the Rockies series. He's been on a good roll.
Interesting side note to Carpenter pitching against the Red Sox. Let's not forget that John Farrell was the throw-in in that big deal that sent David Carpenter to Boston for Mike Aviles. It was on October 21st of 2012. That's right. The Boston Red Sox had to make a trade with Toronto to get their current manager. Shortly thereafter, the Red Sox released David, and the Braves scooped him up on November 30th, 2012. He's pitched great as a Brave. Fly ball center. BJ gives ground and is there for out number one.
Ball seems to be carrying out there. That ball that Laird hit seemed to hang up and allow Bradley to come in and get it, and that ball carried a long way.
Carpenter has been getting better and better since he's been here. His fastball, he's trying to complement that with a slider that has been getting a little bit better. But his fastball is electric. There's days where that's all he needs.
Well, this is a classic matchup. Carp versus Carpenter. Mike Carp. He's hitless in his last 11 at bats. And he takes low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Here's another side of the American League teams that have to play in National League cities and use the pitchers to hit is going through your bench rather quickly. I mean, that was an 8-batter inning in the 7th. So here they are back to the pitcher spot. They've got to go to the bench for the 3rd time as a pinch hitter. Something they're not used to and don't normally do in the American League since they have no pitcher hitting.
Yeah, primarily the managers in the American League just need to know when to take out their starting pitcher, because they're not going to make a lot of pinch hits or switch their lineups unless you're Tampa Bay Rays. Joe Madden does a lot of National League managing in the American League.
2 balls and a strike for Mike Carp. And that was inside. Carp started his big league, or I should say his professional career, as a Met. Then the Mariners acquired him, part of a 3-team deal that sent J.J. Putz to New York. Then the Red Sox got him last year in a cash deal. He hit .296, 9 homers, 18 doubles, and 216 at bats with Boston. And this one slicing down the left field line and foul at the distance, but was foul.
He's also on the all-fishing team, if you didn't know that. So is the guy coming in that we read the promo in for the Angels, Mike Trout.
Mike Trout.
It's on the all-fishing team. It's apropos today with the rain. Just throwing it in there.
Sounds like you're
seeing if I was reeling you guys in.
Sounded like you're casting.
You guys didn't bite. That's
the attendance today was bigger than opening day. Opening day 47,000 plus. Today 48,501.
When you start telling fish jokes, it makes me wish Steve Blass was the broadcaster.
Well,
3-2. And a swing and a miss. Carpenter takes care of Mike Carp. There's out number 2. Let's take a look at our Volkswagen pitching performance on the Braves reliever.
Ninth best ERA in the National League since a year ago.
Atlanta will have the 1-2-3 hitters coming up in the 8th. It's an 8-6 Boston lead. Bases empty for Brock Holt. And a knee-high strike.
You know what you call a fish with no eyes, right? Push. Everybody else laughed but you guys. I applaud your restraint, but everybody else in the booth just fell down laughing. You just pronounce it, Chip, without the I. That's the punchline.
Seems that everybody's back on their feet quickly.
1 ball, 1 strike, and pulled foul.
See, I surprised everybody. They didn't have the cricket machine ready, did they? What happens after a long delay?
I have to admit, I laughed at that one the first time I heard it 4 or 5 years ago.
One ball, 2 strikes. Popped up. Left side, headed for the stands, and out of play. Bigger picture, Boston trying to snap a misery-filled 10-game losing streak. Braves trying to stay 3 games ahead of the Marlins. They've got to come back to do that. Miami beat the Nationals 3-2 today.
Clay Buchholz did everything he could to make sure that that losing streak continued, but the offense would have nothing of it, and got some help.
Well, they may have gotten fired up a bit today too. Ben Cherington, the Red Sox general manager, came to Atlanta and met with John Farrell and his staff before the game. Talked privately with some of the players. Talked about how they still feel that the talent they have in that locker room is good enough to play winning baseball. He was very honest in the Boston papers this afternoon, saying, look, we realize who's not here. We've got guys that are hurt, but even with those injured players, we still like the core of this team. They just have to frankly play better. That goes without saying. But he also said, look, if things don't improve, we're also realistic enough to know that after 50 games, if we have to explore other options, we will do that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a swing and a miss takes care of Brock Holt. Impressive 8th inning for David Carpenter. He got him 1, 2, 3, and those are the hitters up for the Braves in the 8th. Down 8-6 to the BOS Sox. Lead, bottom of the 8th inning, top of the order up for Atlanta. Let's revisit our AT&T U-verse trivia question. Over the last 8 seasons, Pedroia has 300 doubles. That's the second most in the big leagues. Who's the only player with more 2-base hits than Dustin Pedroia?
I'm going to say Chipper Jones.
I'd stand with Cabrera.
Cabrera?
Doesn't say anything about active.
That went all the way to the backstop for Jason Hayward. I'll say Ichiro.
And the answer is
being changed as we speak.
Yep.
One ball, one strike. Oh. Robinson Cano.
Don't you know? God.
Andrew Miller is the pitcher, and he gives up a gapper to Jason Hayward. That ball hydroplanes out there left. Jason's going to try for 2. The throw is going to be late, but Hayward overslid the ball. It's a single. He'll be out 8-4, 1 down.
Oh boy, this had the makings of the start of a good inning. And I'm not sure that Jason had to slide the way he did to avoid the tag. If he'd gone in straight with his feet first, I think he'd have been just fine with a pop-up.
Boy, Miller had to be thinking, oh no, here we go again, because he's been tagged with 4 losses out of the Boston bullpen. Not only 4 losses, but 4 losses in quick succession. May 13th, 15th, 23rd, and 24th.
Yeah, the 24th was painful because it happened on an error in the 15th inning.
They were all walk-off losses.
Numbers still represent good ERA. The record not indicative, 1-4. But he's cut down on his walks, which is a huge part of his success, because his at 6'10" or plus, whatever he is, on top of the hitter with his fastball, but if he doesn't locate it, it doesn't do as much.
Andrew Miller was supposed to be the next big thing among left-handed starters in the big leagues when the Tigers took him with their first pick, the 6th overall in 2006. And he just struck out Upton. Never really panned out for him in Detroit, but he was the main piece of the trade that the Marlins and Tigers participated in that sent Miguel Cabrera to Motown.
Didn't he used to have a 12-6 curveball?
Yeah, he had a sweeper, but again, they're trying to refine everything to get more pitches closer to the strike zone, and his mechanics have been quieter, to say it the best. I mean, he's got a long lever arm that's got to come around his big frame, and commanding that fastball has been the key for him, and he's only had 7 walks this year, so that's much better out of the pen. So as a starter, obviously, the more you're throwing, the more you're apt to walk guys if your mechanics are out of whack, and that's what part of his downfall.
Yeah, he never had much success as a starting pitcher. ERAs upper 5s, upper 4s, but Boston put him in the bullpen last year and he sparkled. And he just struck out B.J. Upton and Freddie Freeman in succession, and the Braves are out of luck in the 8th inning. On we go to the 9th inning. The Red Sox are an inning away from snapping their 10-game losing streak.
there's something called a 93-foot slide in baseball. And on our Home Depot tools from the dugout, I want to show you what I'm talking about. Jason Hayward, if he goes in feet first and hits the bag right here, then he's probably safe. Instead, you'll see him go around this way and catch it with his hand. Now, if you had seen his hand at the point his hand hit the bag, his feet were a good 3 to 4, 5 feet past the bag already, and that's what cost him, because his speed carried him on beyond the bag and he couldn't hold on. 93-foot slide.
So a promising 8th by the boards for the Braves, and we head to the 9th with David Hale on the mound to face Xander Bogaerts. And a bouncer foul past third.
David Hale's one of those guys trying to learn what it takes to go to the bullpen. Hasn't done it a lot. Trying to figure out his warm-up time and daily routines. And I'm telling you, just for 2 young guys to do it for the Braves, it gives them depth, but it also gives them guys that he can use down the stretch. But it's not an easy transition. It really isn't. You're used to 5-day structure, bullpens in between, 50 pitches or so to get ready for a game. And now they're having to do it in a condensed fashion and learn on the job really quickly. Kudos to them for really trying to embrace it and pick it up as fast as they can.
Well, if he's learning on the job, he's learned his lessons well, hasn't he, Joe? I mean, he's been outstanding out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I've said before, I think he's taken to it a lot better than Alex Wood has, although I think Alex is on the uptick on that.
13 innings over 9 appearances. Hale has yet to allow a run in the bullpen. And Chris Johnson will fire crossing time for out number 1. Hale, you might recall, joined the bullpen. His turn in the rotation was taken over by Mike Minor when he came back from the disabled list. And it wasn't a demotion to the bullpen, which happens sometimes if you're pitching poorly as a starter. It was just Braves had too many gifted arms and too few spots in the rotation.
Well, for him particularly, he's going to be more of a starter that sets up a lineup throughout the game. You know, he's got a little sinker that he pitches off of, a nice little slider, but nothing electric to where you go, oh, out of the pen, I can see him doing X, Y, Z. So it's still a difficult, you know, do I set anybody up? How do I attack him? Am I going to have my sinker? And just talking to him, and you know, he asked me some questions about how I warmed up or made the transition, because that's what he was struggling with. And again, sitting at home, you think, what's the difference? Pitching is pitching, but it is a big difference. The mental part of the game of sitting around waiting to pitch, trying to learn what situations you'll be used in, that's as taxing at times as a conditional guy when you know you're a closer per se. You know that you're only going to pitch in only a couple situations, so it's defined, it's established. Everybody else who's not the setup or the traditional closer, they have to be ready kind of at a notice of something that quickly. 5 runs that quickly in the 5th. When a game's cruising, you could be sitting back going, oh man, this guy's got this, you know, easy. We don't have to get ready.
Down the right field line, Hayward with a check of his positioning. Won't get there. It's down the tunnel.
That's a home run in Boston around the pesky ball.
You bet. So from David's standpoint, and he's pitching in a complicated time because of the reasons you mentioned. He never really knows when he's going to be used. Is it easier for him, or can he just simplify it and say, whenever I'm called upon, go get outs?
Yes and no, but the adrenaline for this is much greater than starting. The adrenaline's unmatched, so your tendency is to throw harder. Well, he won't benefit from throwing harder. He needs movement. He needs sinking. So he has to try to really be as close to a starting situation as possible, and that is difficult because your heart's pumping, because you're needed quicker. The long drawn-out process to start a game, the build-up's not till the 7th and 8th inning. So he's fresher, but he's having to learn that getting up 3 days in a row and not getting in a game takes its toll. And so how do you balance that? When do you work out? Everything's different. And I told him, you got to work out after a game. You can't work out before. You have no bullpen sessions to really get ready for it. So from a young guy with not a lot of experience, you don't have anything to draw from. So you're picking the brain of other people and trying to figure out your own rhythm, so to speak.
Full count for Pedroia. And he stays alive.
You know, I tell people all the time, I had no clue the first month. I threw 50 pitches to go in my first save situation the following year when I was the closer, not the previous time when I was working my way up the ladder. And, you know, all those guys down there, the veterans said, hey, Smoltzy, you're going to have to change that. You can't last. And eventually I had to get to trusting 10 to 15. What you forget is that you're given 8 out of the mound. So get out there as fast as you can. Get those 8 to count. Because you don't know what you have on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if you've got your tight slider or you've got your curveball. So it's a big adjustment. And I think the biggest thing that not all managers understand how to manage a bullpen, because they forget that the times you get up and don't get in, you know, some do a real good job of managing those charts as much as actually getting in. And I know Roger has his pad, and he makes sure everybody, he knows when those guys get up and don't get in a game.
This is Pedroia at his best.
And he's fouled all these pitches off to the right and down the right field line, and he's just tempting you to throw something on the inner third. Tenth pitch of the at bat coming.
And it was taken low. 25 walks this year for Pedroia, 28 strikeouts. I believe he has more walks than strikeouts as a major league hitter.
You scared me when you said 25 walks. I thought we meant that was today. It could have been. Feels like 25 walks.
He had 1 inning without a walk all day.
Yeah, those kind of trends in hitters like Victor Martinez, who now has, I think, as much home runs as he does strikeouts. There's very few of those guys who really do the things you have to do to put the ball in play, walk more than you strike out. That's why everyone loves Pedroia.
Well, David Ortiz had a big blow. He tied the game in the 5th inning with a 3-run homer, his first extra base hit in 38 at bats. And that completed the 5-run rally for the Red Sox in the 5th. They were down 6-1. They added 2 in the 7th to take the 8-6 lead. High fly center. B.J. Upton will have room. And there's the catch. Pedroia faked the tag but won't advance. Ortiz skies to center, 2 down.
He puts such a charge in the ball even when he hits it straight up that it just gets people up on their feet.
You just missed that one.
So Jared Laird and A.J. Pierzynski chatting at the dish. The Boston catcher digs in with a 1-for-4 day. He had an RBI in the 7th. A broken bat shot up the middle. Bouncer toward third. Johnson's got it. And this game's going to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Braves need 2 to tie, 3 to win, and they'll have to face one of the best closers in baseball. Koji Uehara, we presume, on for the Red Sox.
Tweet your photo to #SouthFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
Oh, my.
That is awesome.
That'll grab you right there. Cody Byers.
So let's see if the Braves have a ninth inning rally. Justin Upton will lead things off. He's our SunTrust shining moment.
He's had a good day again. 2 doubles, 3 RBIs, runs scored. He's also walked once. This one off the glove of the third baseman Holt. That also produced a run. Staying hot here at home.
And now the Braves have to tangle with Koji Uehara. He's got 9 saves. Look at the ERA, fellas, and his last blown save July 6th last year.
Yeah, well, you could throw out the rules for trying to get your way on base via a walk. You need to go up there and attack the best pitch you can because he just doesn't walk anybody. His fastball's not electric by the radar gun, but the hitters don't see it because he really does jump at the hitter. And they don't want to get to the split finger fastball because that's his out pitch.
It's a great pitch. Struck out 101 last year in 74 innings and only allowed 33 hits.
You look at his splits too. Amazing. Righties hitting .314, lefties 3 for 33. So the Braves have a couple of right-handed bats to start it off. Upton, Johnson, Simmons. 1 ball, 1 strike.
After a little bit of a shoulder issue earlier in the year, became a little more normal as far as some of those numbers that we're seeing that were ridiculous last year.
In the air toward right. Gomes is over. He's got it for out number 1. The Red Sox, a 10-game losing streak. Second longest losing streak by a defending World Series champion all time. Tied with the Reds in 1991 and the Blue Jays in 1994. The 1986 Royals and the 1998 Marlins had an 11-game losing streak the year after they won the championship. Boston has its first out in the bottom of the 9th. A fly ball foul by Chris, strike 1. Johnson 1 for 4 today. His hit, a 3rd inning infield hit. Strike 2.
And to think the Red Sox signed this guy as a free agent after having just a little bit of success in Baltimore, very little success in Texas. He was there for the taking.
Line to the left. Chris Johnson on an 0-2 pitch will bring the potential tying run to the plate.
That was a split that didn't split. Stayed right there in the middle of the plate. This pitch right here, you don't see too many of them. Didn't have any movement whatsoever. Stayed over the middle of the plate. You know, last year they found this success by having to go through 2 closers before they got to him because Hanrahan and Bailey previously were brought in to do the role and both got hurt.
Ball 1. Evan Gattis has grabbed a bat. He would hit for Pena. As Anderson Simmons 1 for 3 with an RBI stands in. Ground ball toward short. Bogarts to Pedroia, and the turn to first, and the long losing streak for the Red Sox is over. The Braves couldn't hold a 6-1 lead today. Boston scored 7 unanswered runs. David Ortiz, big 3-run homer in the 5th, tied it. And then 2 runs in the 7th off Ian Thomas decides game 1 of the series. And the Red Sox win before a packed house in Atlanta. 8-6 our final score. Back with more from Turner Field after this.